in for the biggest touchdown in Nebraska history. It's Jerry Taggy calling signals after a 67-yard march. And on a quarterback keeper, he dives for the goal line, making sure his plunge is across the goal line.
Man, woman, and child is gone. Johnny the Jet Rogers just tore them loose with their shoes.
The snap to Tommy and the give on the trap play, and it's Schlesinger inside the 5, and there for the touchdown. He's got the touchdown. It is history, 13-0, and bring that trophy back to Lincoln. And an option to the right, Tommy on the keep, turns the corner, 25-30, eludes a tackler, 35, Tommy Frazier, 37, 38, 39, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, he's gonna go! Holy cow! Touchdown, Tommy Frazier!
The Huskers finish a perfect 13-0. And the word we get, a huge smile on the face of Tom Osborne down there on the field.
In the last 30 years, the Nebraska Cornhuskers have won 5 national championships, more than any football program in the country, more than Miami, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, or Florida State. But winning in Nebraska isn't a recent phenomenon. It began early in the 20th century. Bummy Booth won 25 straight games from 1901 to 1904. Jumbo Steam won 34 straight, including 3 undefeated seasons. From 1921 to 1924, Fred Dawson's Cornhuskers beat Knute Rockne's legendary Four Horsemen in 2 out of 3 contests. From the beginning, many have wondered how a state that is so isolated and sparsely populated could have such remarkable success for over a century. Some feel the answer is in the spirit of Nebraska's game.
It just matters. It's just really important to people in this state. And as a result, I think the program has reflected that. I think the values that are important to people in this state, hard work and being able to deal with adversity and all the things that go along with being in a farming state are reflected in football.
You know, a lot of sports writers over the years have made a lot of fun of Nebraska. They talk, you know, God gave places mountains and God gave places oceans. He gave Nebraska football.
Hi, I'm Trev Alberts, and I'm from Iowa. So what do I know about Nebraska football? I mean, ever since I was a little kid growing up in Iowa, I dreamed about playing for the Iowa Hawkeyes. I only took a recruiting trip here because it would be a fun, free weekend. But I discovered something special about the University of Nebraska, something that even until this time I've yet to experience the depth of feeling at any other place. I loved playing right here in Memorial Stadium. And I got to sack some of the best quarterbacks in the country. Now, after playing in the National Football League for 3 years and covering college football as a broadcaster, I've seen a lot of football programs. And I promise you, football, as played right here in this place, it's unlike any other in the country. That's what this program's all about. It's a story about how over the last century, a state, its people, and a game have come together with remarkable passion. It's a story about the spirit of Nebraska football.
There is no place like Nebraska, where they're all true blue, and we'll all stick together in all kinds of weather, for dear old Nebraska, you.
In increasing numbers, the sons of the pioneers entered the university. From the farms they came, and from the cities and the towns, but they were boys out of a common mold, endowed with their parents' fierce patience and stubborn confidence and zeal when confronted by handicaps and hazards. qualities that had won a living in a new land against drought and grasshoppers and searing winds from the south, appeared on the football field. Frederick Ware, Omaha World-Herald.
So if you look at the Nebraska State Journal, the newspaper of the day, the first game that we played in 1890 shared a front page with a story about Indian problems out in the western part of the state. At the same time, the student newspaper, which was the Hesperian, was writing articles about how the University of Nebraska wanted to be a real college. And since the Yales and the Harvards and the Princetons were playing football, Nebraska had to play football to be considered a real college.
In the early 1890s, the University of Nebraska had only 500 students. Many of them were worried that Nebraska would be viewed as a school for hicks and hayseeds. Some students saw football as one way to make sure the university was known for more than just agriculture. And it wasn't just the male students who were championing the new game. Willa Cather, editor of the student newspaper, celebrated football in an 1894 essay.
It's one of the few survivals of the heroic. It arouses only the most simple and normal emotions. Of course it is brutal. So is Homer brutal and Tolstoy. A good football game is an epic. It rouses the oldest part of us.
I think the sort of rough and tumble nature of the sport was attractive to people here because I think people worked hard, spent long hours in the fields, and so football was a game where people played hard, and I think that, you know, there's kind of an affinity for it that you appreciate that because it takes a tough group of individuals to play football, and I think at that time, around the turn of the century, you know, I think the game was incredibly rough. You look at some of those photographs of those early teams, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but some of those people look like axe murderers. I mean, they were tough individuals, and they didn't play with the equipment that you see today, and you know, people ran the risk of serious injury.
If toughness was a quality respected by Nebraskans, what was the right name for their football team?
Then, of course, there were the Bug Eaters, and you can see where that would come from if you've ever spent a summer in Nebraska, but I imagine writing on a buckboard, it wouldn't be hard to name the team that. But again, it probably wasn't a very attractive name.
In the early 1890s, drought and depression were so devastating in the state that one Eastern writer reporting on the crisis wrote that Nebraskans were starting to eat bugs simply to survive.
I think the people that were described this way took a certain element of pride in it. That's why I think Bug Eaters is probably an appropriate description for these early teams, because here are these people that are so hardy, they won't be defeated. You know, if it comes down to eating bugs, you know, they're going to do that because they're survivors. They're going to do whatever it takes to get through.
When the pioneers came to Nebraska, they weren't Nebraskans. They were Germans, Czechs, Poles, Swede, and Irish. From the South, African Americans were coming in search of new opportunity. The immigrants had different customs and even different languages, but despite their passion for self-reliance and independence, they also longed for a common bond. By 1892 at the University of Nebraska, the sons and daughters of the pioneers were beginning to find a sense of unity in an unlikely place with unlikely heroes. In October, when the Bug Eaters won their first major contest against an out-of-state opponent, Illinois, George Flippin from York County was the star. 2 weeks later, Missouri demanded that if Nebraska wanted to play, they had to drop Flippin, an African American, from the team. The Nebraska players stood behind Flippin, and Missouri was forced to forfeit the game.
Again, I think when you're involved in something as physically demanding as football would have been at that time, I think there's a certain camaraderie that's developed through shared hardship. And I think that, if nothing else, they looked at it and said, this guy can take a tremendous amount of abuse and the punishment that's involved in playing this game, and he just keeps coming.
In Flippin's senior year, he was elected captain by his teammates over the objections of Coach Frank Crawford, who said, "It takes a man with brains to be captain." Crawford's comments may have said more about Crawford than Flippin. Flippin was later elected president of the Campus Literary Society. He went on to get a medical degree from the University of Chicago and helped found the first hospital in Stromsburg, Nebraska.
He had to be a remarkable individual to put up with not only the racist attitudes of some of these opponents, perhaps even a teammate or two. They were no-nonsense type teams. They were hardworking. They had a very clear focus. They persevered, and they were successful. And that's the way it was supposed to be. If you were going to do something, you were going to do it right and do it well, or you weren't going to do it. It wasn't worth your time. And I think that's reflected in the best of the coaches and players over the course of the history of the program.
At the start of the 20th century, the Industrial Revolution was sweeping the country. Americans loved it. There was one sport that perfectly captured the symbolism of industry, progress, and modern American life. It was called football. In Lincoln, Nebraska, the university had grown to over 2,000 students, the 14th largest institution of its kind in the country. But students and fans were searching yet again for the right name for the football team. After using the Bug Eaters, they tried other names, like the Antelopes, the Old Gold Knights, and even the Rattlesnake Boys. But it was a Lincoln sports writer named Cy Sherman who started using the name Cornhuskers. The university officially adopted the title in 1900.
And it seemed to fit Nebraska. After all, if you've been here, there's a whole lot of corn. And folks felt comfortable with it. They felt it wasn't derogatory in any way. Felt it was comfortable, felt it kind of captured what Nebraska was all about.
Another appeal of the name Cornhuskers was its rugged sound. Early Nebraskans were steeped in the powerful work ethic necessary to survive on the plains. They were suspicious of anything that seemed like play. But football was different. It looked like work, sounded like work, and when sweat and soil mingled on the field, it even smelled like work. What had been a student sport in the 1890s, by the turn of the century was embraced by Nebraskans across the state with an uncommon passion.
First, Nebraska the state stirred. Then Nebraska bedazzled blinked. And then Nebraska uttered a mighty cry of loyalty and pride and demanded the team for its own. Frederick Ware, Omaha World-Herald.
If Nebraska's ethnically diverse mix of farmers and ranchers were still looking for something to give them a sense of common identity, more than a few felt they had found it in football. Nebraska's famous populist William Jennings Bryan said before a big game in 1900, "Nothing but football is in order this day. You, Nebraska, can conquer." And conquer Nebraska did. In 1902 and 1903, the Cornhuskers had undefeated seasons. The university showed its appreciation by paying Coach Bummy Booth more than any professor on campus, almost $2,000. Football was so popular in Nebraska that in 1902, more than 3,000 fans boarded trains for the Minnesota game. The cost was $3 per person. After the team returned from a 6-0 victory over Minnesota, fans marched with the team through the center of town in a spontaneous parade. Bummy Booth's Cornhuskers were known both for their brains and brawn. But of the two, Booth made sure that brawn came first.
Right around the turn of the century, and I'd say 1903, 04, 05, somewhere in there, and Earl Eager was one of the players on the team, and he was a small player. His nickname was Dog. And the rules allowed this then. Nebraska would get close to the goal line, and what they'd do is they'd pick up Dog and try to throw him into the end zone. I have this vision of them picking him up and just tossing him in the end zone. And again, another indication of how rough that game must have been. I mean, that's not something that you would want to do with your body, particularly since you're not wearing a helmet and you don't have pads on or whatever, and you're being tossed into the end zone.
In 1911, Ewald Jumbo Steen became coach. His teams quickly began to dominate, despite averaging less than 160 pounds per man.
Jumbo Steen was, by all accounts, a great football coach. And Nebraskans, I think, even of today, would like him because Jumbo Steen won the game on the ground. He believed that the way to do it was simply be bigger and stronger than your opponent and just run right over him. In fact, sports writers love to describe the team as the Steamrollers.
Jumbo Steen was a fierce competitor. In his first game as a coach, the Cornhuskers devastated Kearney State 117-0. In 1913 and 1914, the Steamrollers went undefeated, beating Kansas, Iowa State, and regional powerhouse the Minnesota Gophers. By 1915, Nebraska was dominating the Missouri Valley Conference. But what Nebraskans longed for was national recognition.
I think we were looking for a validation of our position as a state. And if you look at the early history, what really rings bells for Nebraskans in football is when we can beat Eastern powerhouse schools. And so I think Nebraskans have always felt somehow slighted by the Eastern football establishment. And by winning, we validate ourselves and we show those guys. I think that's important to a Nebraskan.
Because of the long distances, it was almost impossible for Nebraska to play games with the Ivy League teams. But there was a national power that was only a day away by train, the University of Notre Dame.
Notre Dame had already established itself as a power in collegiate football, so that anyone who could beat Notre Dame obviously had to be of that same caliber. So Nebraska was more than willing to take Notre Dame on.
In 1915, Nebraska's home games were drawing as many as 8,000 people, almost 5 times as many fans as Notre Dame was drawing in Indiana. Since the school split the gate money, Notre Dame was more than happy to travel to Lincoln to play the Cornhuskers. Leading the Cornhuskers in 1915 was a farm boy from Blue Springs, Nebraska, Guy Chamberlain. At 6'1" and 190 pounds, Chamberlain reportedly could run 100 yards in 10 seconds flat. Scouting the game for the Fighting Irish was a coaching assistant who had just graduated from Notre Dame as a star player the year before. His name was Knute Rockne. Rockney's job was to figure out how to stop Nebraska's Guy Chamberlain.
And Rockney scouted Nebraska in preparation for the Notre Dame game, and he came up with the idea that when Guy Chamberlain would lick his fingers before the ball was snapped, he was going to pass.
In fact, I saw reports of the scouting report, Newt Rockney's, that said Guy Chamberlain never cut back across the grain, so you just pursue him, tackle him, and we're in good shape.
Based on this scouting report, Notre Dame prepared for Nebraska, specifically for Guy Chamberlain, and then when the game was played, Chamberlain crossed him up, and he'd cut back sometimes, and he wouldn't necessarily throw the ball when he'd lick his fingers.
Guy Chamberlain did cut back across the grain. Guy Chamberlain did put on some moves, and he ran Notre Dame into submission in that game.
Nebraska beat Notre Dame 20-19. The next day, Nebraska finally had a taste of national recognition. Sports pages across the country celebrated Nebraska's victory.
I think really, and most observers in Nebraska football history see a victory over Notre Dame in 1915 as this is it. We come of age with that victory. And I think the New York Times had 18-point headlines or something attesting to that fact, saying, the Nebraska now enters the world of big-time football.
Despite the lingering bitterness of the hand-to-hand combat in the trenches of France, America emerged from World War I with a new sense of itself as a world power. Across the country, people were hedonistically roaring into the 20s with a newfound sense of strength and freedom.
The whole country was booming after World War I. The enthusiasm for the good times. The war was over. People were ready to celebrate, to party. And Americans did in the 1920s.
In 1923, Nebraskans decided to build a new stadium to showcase its football team that was building a national reputation. They would call it Memorial Stadium, in honor of those who gave their lives in World War I. It cost almost $500,000, a fortune at the time. And money came not primarily from the legislature, but mostly from avid Nebraska fans.
I mean, the construction of the stadium to me is amazing. Ground was broken in April, and a 20-some thousand seat stadium was opened in October. It would take longer today just to get the permits to build the stadium than to actually construct it. And by all the newspaper accounts and so on, it was a magnificent stadium for its time.
At the opening ceremony, the speeches were as hot and high-flying as the spirit of the times.
And one of the speakers in this situation stood up and he challenged the world in this speech. Come east, come west, come north, come south, come greatest sprinters of speed.
Of brawn, come sprinters of speed, come champions crowned with your unbroken record of victory on every field of honor, and Nebraska will meet you on equal terms in the arena.
Well, I think that this does a couple things. I mean, one is, I say, an example of the kind of sports hyperbole, but also it says Nebraska's for real. We're here. We're as good as anyone anywhere in the world. Come here if you don't believe it, and we'll show you. So again, there was that elevation of the Nebraska spirit. We are to be taken seriously. We are to be respected.
The big game in the first year of the new stadium was against perennial rival Notre Dame. Although it would be a year before sports writer Grantland Rice would give them their classic nickname, the Notre Dame backfield featured the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Describing the players, Grantland Rice wrote,
Outlined against the blue October sky, the four horsemen rode again. In Germanic lore, they're known as famine, pestilence, destruction, and death. These are only aliases. Their real names are Studrider, Miller, Crowley, and Layden.
Notre Dame came in. Notre Dame was heavily favored. Coach at the time was Fred Dawson. Players that I interviewed from the 1923 team talk about what a motivator Fred Dawson was, the kind of pregame speeches he could give to get the players fired up. Ced Hartman, who was a halfback on the 1923 team, told me they almost ran through the door on the way out to the field. They were so pumped up.
The game set new records for attendance. Over 20,000 fans packed the new stadium. But despite all the hype about Notre Dame, it was the Cornhuskers who rode off into the sunset of victory. They beat Notre Dame 14-7.
I think that's the only game that Notre Dame lost in 1923. And again, that gave your program or your team credibility.
But again, it's another decade. And so that 1915 victory over Notre Dame was important, but then this becomes important too because it's a revalidation of that same kind of eligibility for membership in the football elite. And I think that's important to Nebraskans. A new field, a new stadium, and we're still as good as we ever were, if not better.
The star of the game was a modest athlete named Ed Weir from Superior, Nebraska.
Newt Rockne went to the Nebraska locker room after the game and wanted to shake hands with Ed Weir because Ed Weir had had a tremendous game, and Newt Rockne described him as the greatest tackle he'd ever seen.
Ed Weir was one of these guys that, again, by all accounts, just loved to play football and was almost John Wayne-like in his humility. Ed Weir was asked, how did he have such great success against Red Grange? And he said, I just saw which way he was running, and I ran after him and tackled him. Again, that kind of humility, or matter-of-factness more so than humility, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to tackle people. Or another quote from him was something to the effect that, he'd get into the backfield and he'd tackle everybody he saw until he tackled the guy with the ball. Again, real simple football.
The rivalry between Notre Dame and Nebraska had become one of the most intense in the country. After 9 straight games, the series was dead even, with 4 wins apiece and 1 tie. But the battle wasn't always fought on the field. After the 1923 game, Notre Dame officials complained about many of Nebraska's fans, calling them an anti-Catholic mob. Even Rockne complained of the growing Ku Klux Klan influence in the state. But Rockne wanted the series to continue, partially because Nebraska's gate money was now over $30,000. He wrote a letter apologizing for the negative comments, saying that Nebraska's students and faculty had been very courteous. He added that Notre Dame was only offended by
remarks and actions made by outside hoodlums and small-town sports who happen to attend the game.
But by 1924, the rivalry on and off the field deepened. Nebraska lost to Notre Dame in South Bend 34-7. After the game, Rockne said,
Nebraska, as usual, was the dirtiest team we played. And after the game, a few of their players even called me a few choice epithets.
Notre Dame went on to an undefeated season and was touted by the media as the 1924 national champions. In 1925, Notre Dame came to Nebraska hoping to win back-to-back national championships. Nebraska had lost 2 games and was looking for a major upset to make their season. The Nebraska media intensified the rivalry, calling Notre Dame the horrible Hibernians and roughneck Irish. A record 43,000 fans overflowed Memorial Stadium. Once the game began, the student booster section chanted, fish eaters, and mackerel snappers go home, and even some profanities that the yellow journalism papers couldn't print. Nebraska dominated the game, winning 17-0. After the game, the students and fans celebrated almost non-stop for 2 days in what the local newspaper described as a riot. Weeks later, Notre Dame decided to cancel future games with Nebraska. Rockne, ever mindful of Nebraska's ticket sales that had ballooned to over $80,000 per game, argued to continue the series, but was overruled by Notre Dame's Catholic administration.
I can't imagine, given the times, the treatment must have been really severe for Notre Dame to make that decision, unless they looked at it and said, well, you know, we haven't beaten Nebraska. We've lost to Nebraska 3 of the last 4 years, so maybe we better move on. I don't think that was really it. I think that it had to do with the anti-Catholic sentiment was a big factor in the decision to discontinue the series. There are probably skeletons that would be left in the closet. You know, it wasn't all just fun and games and a really positive experience from the beginning. Football was not what I would call a refined game during this time, and it didn't always elicit the most noble of human emotions.
Nebraska fans' behavior on and off the field was frequently rough. They were particularly hard on coaches. From 1921 to 1924, Fred Dawson won 75% of his games. His contract wasn't renewed because it was felt he wasn't winning enough. From 1925 to 1928, Ernest Berg won 74%, but fans criticized him for not using enough strategy and deception. He resigned.
You know, there were high fan expectations even back in the 1920s. What's a good enough season? And Nebraska went out and spent, again for the times, big money to hire big-name coaches.
Ironically, one of the big-name coaches they were looking at was Knute Rockne. More than a few Nebraskans felt that winning was important enough to offer the arch-rival coach the job. Rockne turned Nebraska down, but recommended Dana Xenophon Bible, a popular coach from Texas A&M.
You know, by the late 1920s, we had hired DX Bible. We were willing to pay Bible, again, a lot of money, $7,500 to coach the football team, because we wanted him to bring us to that next level of recognition and success.
The high-flying times of the Roaring Twenties crashed with the stock market in 1929. In the 1930s, the Great Plains were hit even harder by a devastating drought. Many people were forced to leave their farms and even leave Nebraska. As he was growing up, future Cornhusker All-American Forrest Bem picked up a part-time job as a lineman for the phone company and often visited remote farmhouses.
And I'd walk into the farmyard, all the equipment was gone, had been sold for scrap. There'd be dust piled up against the side of the house. And in the corners of the field that you'd see, tumbleweed would get in there, and then dust would pile on top of it, and then they'd knock the fences over because of the weight of the wind. And you'd go up and knock on the door and think nobody's there, and the door would open and a gaunt person would face you, and you look behind them in this room, and there'd be 2 or 3 people sitting there, just sitting there. They're starving to death.
You know, I can remember some of the kids just coming in, and they had
a pair of jeans and a blue denim shirt, and that was it for the year. That's what they wore all the way through. I would say, though, one thing about being born and raised on a farm. We always had plenty to eat because we butchered the beef, butchered hogs, we had chickens and so on. And I had the old .22 rifle, and many times my mom would say, Al, go get us a couple rabbits, and I'd go down the canyons and shoot a couple rabbits, and that's what we'd have.
During the hard times, football took on a special meaning in Nebraska. The people of the state couldn't control the weather, the government, or the economy. When they needed it most, Nebraskans searched for something over which they could have some control.
I think it was important that the football team was as successful as it was in the 30s. It was important to Nebraskans. It offered proof that some things, the things were going to get better, that you could count on some constants in life. I think what it does is it provides a link to a better past and the promise of a better future.
Nebraskans needed heroes, individuals who could strive against adversity and prevail. One of the favorites of the early 30s was Lloyd Cardwell.
He was a big man for a running back. He was around 190, 200 pounds. And the sports editor at the Omaha World Herald, Frederick Ware, kind of described him as a powerful runner, like a horse across the plains, and he had the nickname the Wild Horse.
Another hero was All-American George Sauer from Lincoln, Nebraska. Number 25 was idolized by young kids.
They would find an old sweater. Then they would have their mother cut out the numbers. Like George Sauer, his number was 25. Everybody wanted to be George Sauer, so the mother would stitch on the number. Everybody felt that they selected the right number with number 25.
But Nebraskans embraced players of every rank, from first string to practice squad.
A lot of players told me about hitchhiking around the state to get home, whether it was back to Seward or Grand Island or what have you. And they said all you had to do is wear your letter sweater, and the first car would stop for you.
A lot of times, we'd have a game and win it, and on Monday or Tuesday, I'd get a box in the mail. And it was Mrs. Sapluski from Schuyler sending me a box of kolaches.
By 1936, the Cornhuskers and coach D.X. Bible had won 6 Big Six Conference championships in 8 years. At the end of the year, Nebraska was ranked 9th in the country in the very first Associated Press poll. Senior running back Sam Francis was not only a consensus All-American, but was good enough to be voted runner-up in the very first Heisman Trophy race. Despite being the third highest paid coach in the country at $10,000 a year, D.X. Bible decided to return to his home state of Texas, where the university offered him an incredible $15,000 a year. Bible recommended as his successor a military man who would take the Cornhuskers to heights they had never seen before. His name was Major Lawrence McChaney Jones, better known as Biff.
Biff was really a colonel in the Army, and he was still a colonel in the Army. Very dignified, very strong, friendly, but you knew he was boss. He was like a firm father.
If there was a knock on Biff, it was that he was too regimented. If Biff prepared a certain way for a game, the team played that way on Saturday. Whatever the game plan was, and don't let God or nature or anybody else interfere. So rain or snow weren't going to change the game plan.
And when practice was over, practice was over. Biff was very, very military, disciplined, and I would say a great leader, really. And, we all admired him for it. Tough? Yes. That's what.
Biff Jones' first game was against reigning national champions Minnesota. Biff's predecessor, DX Bible, for all his successes, never was able to beat the Golden Gophers.
What did he do? He beat Minnesota, so Biff was in, and this town went berserk. Folks who were staying at the hotels were slashing the feather pillows and dumping the feathers out on the street, dumping water, but they were just having a great time.
Biff Jones had won a special place in the hearts of Cornhusker fans right from the beginning. He was the personification of many of the values that Nebraskans treasured most. He was ethical, hardworking, and well-disciplined. In football, he liked to win in the classic straightforward Nebraska way, with a strong running game. But like many Nebraska coaches before him, he felt a powerful need to win. He was willing to use deception and even skirt the rules of the game to gain an advantage. In one cold game against Iowa, when the players were having a hard time holding onto the ball, he had them wear tacks under their gloves.
Niall Kinnick, who was the star of the University of Iowa team, faded back to throw a pass, and Marion put his hand up to block it, and the ball stuck to his hand. And he said Niall Kinnick just stared at his hand. He couldn't understand, because nobody on the opposing team knew that the Nebraskans had tacks on their hands. But again, different times. You only used one ball per game. And so by the end of the game, the ball was all torn up from these tacks, and nobody could figure out why. The officials couldn't figure out why. The Iowa players couldn't figure out why. Now, it wasn't illegal. I mean, but it was, every coach always looks for an edge, and Nebraska had it in that game.
Nebraska beat Iowa 28-0 and finished the season 11th in the country. But the Cornhuskers' fortunes would change in 1938 when they started the season with a loss to their old nemesis, Minnesota.
The Gophers are rolling. And 3 minutes after the first kickoff, Moore skirts Nebraska's left end for a touchdown. And the crowd goes wild.
The Cornhuskers played 6 games before they won. Many wondered why Coach Biff Jones wasn't recruiting better. Some speculated that Jones was too ethical to get the best. Unlike many schools, Nebraska didn't offer scholarships. And unlike some schools, Nebraska boosters weren't paying players on the side.
Player after player from the 20s and 30s told me about playing schools where, they'd get together with the opposing players after the game and they'd tell them about all of the spending money they got or the pseudo scholarships they got or what have you. Nebraska boys didn't do that. In fact, some Nebraska players told me they used to lie about it after a while. They got so embarrassed the fact that they weren't getting paid that they'd be talking to players from another school. Oh, yeah, we get that too. Just so they wouldn't look like some hick from the sticks.
But there was another unmentioned problem in recruiting. Like almost every other school in the country, Nebraska wasn't recruiting African-American athletes.
We had blacks in our high schools. I played with them there. Didn't have blacks on our football team. And it was just and I didn't realize until later that the blacks couldn't get their hair cut in town. I mean, disgrace, absolute disgrace. And why didn't I know that? Is the real question. Why, as a young man and growing up, why didn't I know that? I didn't know that.
It had been almost 25 years since a black had played for the Cornhuskers. After George Flippin in the 1890s, several black football players distinguished themselves playing for Nebraska, including Bill Johnson and Robert Taylor in 1905. But by 1938, no blacks had played for Nebraska since Clinton Ross in 1913.
We did not have blacks on our team because we played Missouri and Oklahoma, and they wouldn't play us if we had blacks on the team, period. That's just part of this whole disgrace of prejudice. What an embarrassment. What an embarrassment.
In 1938, Nebraska was still deep in the Great Depression. The athletic department's budget was so small, they had a hard time outfitting new players.
So I went down to Floyd Bortoff, who was the equipment manager, and he gave me a shirt that was, jersey that was all beat up, and some shoulder pads that were worse, and hip pads that looked like they'd gone many, many years, and some pants. And then he said, "What size shoes do you wear?" I said, 15. He said, "You can't come out." I said, "Why not?" He said, "We can't afford to buy you shoes." This is, again, pretty tough days. And I said, "Well, how if I buy my own shoes?" Back he goes to Lewandowski, comes back and says, "Yeah, if you buy your own shoes, you can come out."
But despite the tight budgets of the Depression, when the team rode the trains to away games, they had their own dining car.
And I've seen menus from those games, and one of the interesting things, we would travel down to Lawrence to play the University of Kansas, and it was a day trip. I mean, the train would leave in the morning and it would come back after the game. And there would be these menus of roast turkey dinner and dressing and so on at 11 o'clock in the morning, and the game was 1:30 in the afternoon. And I said to him, "You ate roast turkey and dressing and mashed potatoes and cranberry sauce and so on, and then played a game 2 hours later?" And they look at you and they'd say, "I wasn't going to pass up a meal. You know, this was the best meal I had all week."
In the 30s, train travel was time-consuming, but it had positive effects on team spirit.
We traveled by train, and it's unbelievable today that that's how we traveled. And for many of us, we had never been on a train. But everywhere we went, towns we went through, the word was out, and there'd be people at the crossing waving and cheering us on. The players today just don't realize what they're missing by going by air and not experiencing and getting to know your teammates. We really were able to become great friends and have a bond.
Nebraska needed team spirit. Since they didn't recruit outside the state, and since they didn't offer scholarships, they needed to get the most out of whatever players they had. By the late 30s, they were finding inspiration in an unexpected place.
Come a-running, boys, don't you hear that noise?
Like the thunder in the sky, as it rolls along with a good old song for the sons of Nebraska.
The way I was introduced to the song was players telling me that Link Lyman, who was one of the coaches, assistant coaches, would always lead the singing of that song. Link would begin the singing of the song, and Link was a former Nebraska player who weighed 270-some pounds, which was just huge in the 1920s and 30s, and he'd played for the Chicago Bears.
And here we are in Minnesota, and old Link Lyman starts that, and you know what went through my mind? What in the world's going on? And then I looked around and see the color going out of their faces, you know, setting that tone for the singing of that song and what it meant. And suddenly I felt, oh, I'm missing out on something. I didn't even know the words, you know. But boy, I sure learned them before the next game.
Now it's coming near with a rousing cheer that will sweep all foes away. So with all our
when we sang that, it was almost, I would say, comparable to those things that happen when a man in the military is going into battle, knowing that his life is at stake and that he has to draw together with all of his comrades to get the desired result.
Though we've gone through many a battle, our colors still are seen.
So it was a tremendous emotional lift, and it brings tears to your eyes.
So in contest and in victory, we will wave them for the team, and we'll always stir a Cornhusker, the old scarlet and the cream. I haven't sung that for a while.
In 1939, Nebraska finished the season ranked 18th in the country. At the start of the 1940 season, almost all of the starting players were returning. They had been through a lot together and had formed a special bond.
Warren was older. He was like 4 years older than I was or so on. But class guy, good athlete, good citizen. Sometimes I called him Dad.
Florrie Bem was just a giant among the short trees, so to speak. Tall, imposing person, extremely intelligent. He was the cadet colonel of the military ball, and at 6'4" and 220 pounds, what an imposing figure he was in that military uniform. Everybody loved him.
So I don't know what else I could say about Schwarzkopf, except he was a terrific guy and a good man to be around and a good guy to be in a fight with. If I had to go up a hill to a machine gun nest, I'd be glad to have Schwarzkopf with me.
You could take that group like this, and we'll play the Green Bay Packers and not back off. That's kind of the attitude that that group had, and we were close knit, very much together.
You and I, first and I, and Nebraska. Oh my!
After an initial loss to their old rival Minnesota, the Cornhuskers won the rest of their games, finishing the 1940 season with 8 wins and 1 loss. Then something unprecedented happened. In early December, Nebraska was invited to its first bowl game, the Rose Bowl. The Cornhuskers were headed to Pasadena, California, to play the Stanford Indians on New Year's Day. Tickets sold out in 3 days. More than 5,000 fans were headed to California. The team of 40 players and 4 coaches boarded a special train headed west. 3 Pullmans, a club car, and a private diner. The Union Pacific and Santa Fe put on special packages for fans to travel with the team. The complete cost for train, hotel, and tickets to the game was $58.95.
We had trouble getting on the train. Huge numbers. They estimated there's 15,000 of them down at the railroad station, down at the Burlington in the downtown area. And everywhere we went, there were people. It was just a great, great experience.
Lyle Bremser gave nightly radio reports of what was happening. The newspapers sent reporters along with the team and so on. So, I mean, as much as you would have in 1940, January 41, there was saturation coverage.
And here he is, the man who spells touchdown with a capital T.
Sports writers focused much of their pregame analysis on Stanford's new T formation, as developed by Coach Clark Shaughnessy.
Any doubt as to why it's called the T?
The formation allowed for backfield motion and deception of a kind the Cornhuskers had never seen before.
The man in motion, whoa. The quick dives, the straight-ahead quick plays, boy, you've never seen anything like that.
On January 1st, 1941, while fans were watching the Cornhusker marching band in its first bowl game parade, the team's intensity was building as they boarded buses to the game.
Link Lyman's face is as red as a beet, you know, because he was all excited, and I'm sure that old Biff Cigarette was going like that, but we got on that bus and it was dead silence. Dead silence. Nobody talked. We thought football.
Come a-running, boys, don't you hear that noise, like the thunder in the sky?
Before the team took the field, Biff Jones asked assistant coach Link Lyman to lead the team in song.
But old Link Lyman used to start us on that song, you know, a big old deep voice, come a-running, boys, don't you hear that noise? Away we'd go and sing that song, and by the time we got out of there, we all were sweating.
Our colors still are seen, so...
But old George Abel would get so wound up when we sang that Come a-Runnin' Boys that he'd run out of the dining hall and toss his cookies. He couldn't even hold down the oranges and dry toast and tea because he was so hyped up.
And the
As the team took the field, they saw something they had never seen before, a crowd of 92,000 fans. To this day, it is still the largest crowd to ever watch a Cornhusker football game. On the opening kickoff, Nebraska fullback Vike Francis returned the ball for 28 yards.
I thought we were going to win the game, no question about it. And we marched right down the field, we moved the ball well, and I thought we handled the thing quite well.
We thought this is going to be great because we moved down that field just like we did all year long. You know, and it looked like, boy, this is going to be our day.
In 7 straight plays, Nebraska moved the ball to the Stanford 1-yard line. Fullback Vike Francis tried to get Coach Biff Jones' attention.
Vike got a little bit gassed down there about the 10-yard line, and he gave the signal to come out, and Biff says, stay in there. And then he scored the touchdown. Scored the touchdown, he says, we're in this thing now.
Stanford fought back and tied the game 7-7. Al Zickman remembers what happened next.
Willard Bunker was the tight end, and I was a wingback, and I said, Willard, switch with me. I can run the deep route, I can beat these guys. And so we switched routes. Willard ran the flat route, and I ran the deep route. And Hermie laid that baby out there, and it was just a little bit behind, and I jumped and caught it back over my shoulder like that and got into the end zone for a touchdown.
Stanford came back yet again to score on a pass from All-American Frankie Albert. On the next kickoff return, something happened that would change the direction of the game. Al Zickman hurt his leg snap when he was tackled. He limped to the sidelines to talk to Coach Biff Jones.
Biff said to me, well, Zicker, let's see you run. So I ran down the sidelines. Gee, felt good. But when I turned to come back, no way. Because it was a jagged break and the edge of the bone was caught like that. And when I turned, those bone ends kind of grated together. It's not a pleasant feeling, to say the least. So I came back and I said, Coach, I'm sorry. I can run straight ahead, but I can't turn.
With one of Nebraska's fastest players out of the game, Stanford's speed began to take its toll. But late in the game, with Stanford first and goal on the Nebraska 3-yard line, the Cornhuskers mounted a goal line stand. As soon as Nebraska took over the ball on downs, Biff Jones decided to try a quick kick on first down to get the ball out of Nebraska territory. But as fate would, the ball wound up in the hands of one of Stanford's fastest players, Pete Kometovic.
Kometovic got that ball, and I could see the wall coming. They're building a wall! And they built the wall and just cut our players down. That was the one that laid the block on the top of the casket.
Stanford won the game 21-13. A few days later, the team train arrived back in Lincoln.
Unbelievable, the huge crowd that was waiting for us to welcome us back. And we pulled into the depot down at Burlington. They were just lined all around, and we thought we won.
And then I can remember as that train pulled into the station, seeing all the people lined up along there, and naturally you're looking out to see if you can see someone you know, and I looked out and found my roommate and some of the kids and gals in our classes and everything, and they're waving their arms off at you and so on. It made you kind of forget maybe that you should have won the game, but you kind of felt like the hero returning home.
And so Nebraskans felt that their boys, and I think 39 out of the 40 players were Nebraskans on the team, their boys had done the state proud. They'd gone out to the West Coast, comported themselves well, and played a good game. And really, those players were held in high esteem the rest of their lives in Nebraska. And there are Nebraskans who are old enough to listen to the game that still can tell you the starting lineup, can still remember the names of the players. They were the heroes and were treated as such when they came back.
I feel this way about that Rose Bowl team. There were some people who were a little bit different, just like any human being may be. But boy, you put us together like that. That was one fine group, one tough bunch of football players, one intense group of football players, all with the same aim. Come a-running, boys.
Come a-running, boys, don't you hear that noise? Like the thunder in the sky. Now it rolls along in a good old song from the sons of Nebraska. Now it's coming near with the rising cheer that will sweep all foes away. So with all our vim, we are bound to win, and we're going to win today. For Nebraska and the Scarlets, for Nebraska and the Cream. Though they go through many a battle, our colors still are seen. So in contest and in victory, we will wave them for the team, and 'twill always stir a Cornhusker, the old Scarlet and the Cream.
Funding for this program was provided by U.S. Bank. Tools give you the edge, the upper hand. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They simplify a complicated job. Over time, they make you wonder how you ever got along without them. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
Additional funding was provided by the Able Foundation and viewers like you who are members of Nebraskans for Public Television.
For more than a century, Nebraskans have had a passion for Husker football.
And it goes back, I think, to the very beginning when here we were, out on the plain. All we have is us. And it made it work.
In the early days, Nebraska fans had much to cheer about, beating football powerhouses like Knute Rockne's Notre Dame. But the spirit of Nebraska fans was challenged in the 1940s and 50s when coach after coach fell short of victory.
Holy moly! Man, woman, and child did that. Put them in the aisle.
Then against all odds, one coach found a way for Nebraska to win again. It's September 9th, 2000.
You know, in Nebraska, we only have 2 seasons, 4 months of football, and 8 months of waiting.
Husker fans stream into South Bend, Indiana for a chance to see Nebraska play the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame.
It's a tradition, man.
Yeah, this is big time.
See,
Notre Dame, you got Nebraska, don't get any better.
Get your program.
The last time these two traditional football powers played here was in 1947.
Congratulations on your first win of the season. That was tremendous.
The Cornhuskers are ranked number 1 in the national polls.
Look at the sea of red. I don't see all the blue and green. I don't see it. Woo!
It's the game of the week with a national television audience and press coverage from all across the country.
I think it's a big game just because of the tradition of both of the programs. It's kind of a unique matchup in the sense that, you know, the Notre Dame kids, I don't think have run into a team like Nebraska in quite some time, and the Nebraska kids have been very upfront about saying, what Notre Dame tradition? I mean, the only guy they know is Rudy, crying out loud.
The stadium is sold out. Nebraska is allotted only 4,000 tickets. But an estimated 25,000 Husker fans found a way to take over parts of the stadium.
Can't believe I'm seeing so many Nebraska fans. How do those Notre Dame fans sell those tickets? I'm very disappointed.
This is a great setting, and Nebraska has, as they're showing today, probably the best fans in college football. I was shocked when I saw this much red when I walked in the stadium. I've never seen for a big game on another campus this many visiting fans.
Nebraska, to me, was the finest place I ever played and coached against because the people respected football there and they understood it better. That's why they're so good.
Nebraska fans expect a blowout. Despite a scare, Nebraska pulls out a win over Notre Dame 27-24 in overtime.
It's a dream to play in this stadium. It really is a dream. And to come out on top is even a bigger dream come true. Bigger dream come true.
History will decide the magnitude of this victory. Because at Nebraska, winning is expected. Nebraska's victory at Notre Dame showed the Huskers' spirit and determination to win. Hi, I'm Trev Alberts, and I know firsthand about the winning tradition at the University of Nebraska. We want to win football games, and we aim to be the best in the country. In the first 50 years, Nebraska had only 3 losing seasons. But there was a time when the Huskers struggled through years of losing seasons and fired coaches. The fans were frustrated, and the thought of winning a national championship was a dream. But Coach Devaney rallied the team back to glory. Before that can happen, bad times lie ahead. Before you can move forward, you need to know where you've been.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
You think about Pearl Harbor and you think about the impact on American society, but specifically in terms of football, it impacted the coaching because Biff Jones was recalled to active duty. So that began the coaching problems that we had. And secondly, it impacted the caliber, the physical caliber of the player that was able to come to Nebraska. If you were young, healthy, you went into service, you didn't come to college and play football.
Nebraska loses a successful coach and many of its best players to the armed forces. Major Biff Jones is replaced by former pro standout Glenn Presnell. In his rookie year at Nebraska, Presnell lost 7 games and won 3. After 1 season, Presnell went off to service. 1942 begins a cycle of losing seasons and a revolving door of coaches.
The full industrial might of hundreds of millions, the courage and skill and tireless effort of the Allied armies of liberation will be brought to bear against both Germany and Japan.
During the war, many major universities, mainly Big Ten schools, had military officer training programs. While cadets finished their training, they were eligible to play football. Teams like Notre Dame never experienced a drop-off in talent. There was no military program at Nebraska. Men enlisting in the Air Force and Navy had to leave the state for training.
When you look at the kind of players Nebraska was able to put on the field during the World War II period, they were either people who were physically ineligible to serve in the Army, which probably didn't make them very good football players, or they were young players who were simply waiting to be drafted into the Army. And so it was, various sports writers have used phrases like ragtag collection of players.
The Lincoln Journal wrote about the Cornhusker kids.
I find that 7 of the 11 starters scarcely were sufficiently aged to possess a speaking acquaintance with that handy implement known as a razor. To most of them, I suspect, shaving is an unknown art.
The 1943 team is coached by Adolph J. Lewandowski. His team is hardly championship quality. Lewandowski managed to win only 4 games in 2 years. Season attendance dropped to a record low of 16,000. Lewandowski was removed as football coach and made ticket manager. The war is taking its toll on Husker football.
General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations.
On August 6, 1945, an atomic bomb destroyed Hiroshima and later Nagasaki. Japan soon surrenders, and the Pacific War comes to an end.
Come running, boys, don't you hear that noise? Like the thunder in the sky.
Nebraska's boys are returning home, and the state expects to return to stability.
The sun
For Nebraska football, there's excitement that the Huskers can return to their winning ways. Bernie Masterson, the fourth coach in the last 5 years, is hired to lead Nebraska back to victory.
Bernie Masterson was going to be the savior. You talk about someone coming in with high expectations. Bernie Masterson played at Lincoln High. Then he played for the Cornhuskers. Then he went off and he played for the Chicago Bears. And he was the offensive coach at Stanford when we played Stanford in the Rose Bowl. So when Bernie Masterson came in, everyone expected this is it. Now we're back. You know, the war's over. Now we can get started. And who better to bring us back than one of our own loyal sons?
In 1947, Nebraska struggles. But there's one player that both the team and fans identify with because of his blue-collar, never-give-up attitude. He's one tough 205-pound center and linebacker from South Omaha, Tom Trainwreck Novak.
I mean, he just had no regard for his body. He tackled with his chest, and always he'd have a rubber pad on his chest with a deviated sternum or something. And he just was a ferocious defensive player.
He was good. He was just a good football player. He was made to play football, I think. He had the instincts, and he was a linebacker, and you could just smell out the plays and just attack with ferociously, I think you'd have to say.
It's Saturday, October 18th, 1947. Tom Novak guarantees Nebraska fans a victory against Notre Dame. This is the first renewal of a series between the two schools since 1925. It's a sellout crowd at Notre Dame Stadium. This game attracts one of the largest Husker fan migrations since the 1941 Rose Bowl. Notre Dame scored in every period. The Huskers had several chances to score, but each time the Fighting Irish stopped the drive. Tom Novak was everywhere. He made most of the tackles and set the Irish back on their heels. But the train wreck wasn't enough. Notre Dame wins 31-0.
You know, when we lost to Notre Dame and Novak got a standing ovation at South Bend.
Well, they talk about, you know, Dick Butkus of Illinois. I think Tom was every bit as tough.
I mean, for years, I'd go to the Hall of Fame and see Notre Dame players of that era, and they'd ask about a train wreck and how, you know, how's he getting along and all that stuff. So, I mean, he had great respect. He was a fine, tough football player.
Tom Novak's number would go on to become the only permanently retired number in Husker history. The gap between Nebraska and football powerhouses like Notre Dame is widening. Bernie Masterson couldn't put a winning team together. Masterson lost most of his games, and the fans lost their patience.
Bernie Masterson didn't get the job done. I mean, that's fair to say. In fact, he's the only coach in Nebraska history who, in his second season, lost all his home games.
The university caved in to pressure from fans and financial boosters. Masterson is the first Nebraska coach to have his contract bought out with private money. In 1949, Nebraska hires Bill Glassford, a highly touted assistant at then powerful Pittsburgh.
He began to address that issue that was so lacking in the 1940s. And that was the quality of player. So he began to get players that had the physical skills to compete at the top level. It's under Bill Glassford that we begin to offer athletic scholarships. There was some controversy over that, including the athletic director thinking, you know, is it right to somehow offer players something in return for coming and playing for the university?
That was a terrifying moment when somebody said, my God, if we put them on a grant and aid scholarship program, are we hiring them? Are they on salary? If we pay them money, they're on salary. Now it's a contract. Now they're subject to workman's comp. Well, there were legislators jumping out of their socks all over the country over that possibility, and that's how this phrase, student-athlete, came into being.
But to Glassford, student-athletes from Nebraska weren't good enough. He begins to look elsewhere to find more experienced players. His first quarterback recruit is from Massachusetts, World War II vet Fran Nagel.
Nagel drifts back to pass, eludes two Tiger tacklers,
I was strictly a drop-back passer.
and fires away to Reynolds, who wrestles the ball away and falls in the end zone for a touchdown.
But when it came to running, that was not my forte. So I either threw the ball or I was caught dead in the backfield there.
Fran never had to run the ball with Mr. Touchdown Bobby Reynolds in his backfield.
I mean, Bobby Reynolds had a major strike against him in Bill Glassford's eyes, and he was a Nebraskan.
In 1950, Bobby Reynolds proved to Glassford that Nebraskans could play football. Reynolds, a sophomore from Grand Island, gained 1,342 yards and scored 22 touchdowns.
He was so good, just an outstanding athlete. And he came out of nowhere that as a sophomore. I mean, I think everybody in Nebraska, expected something of Bobby, but not what he accomplished. I mean, he was just fantastic that sophomore year. He did everything. He was running. He could pass if he was called on. He did the extra point kicking. He's just so versatile. Oh, we were playing Missouri here in Lincoln in 1950. Bobby took the ball and started around the right side and then around the end and was stopped. Turned around, came back around to the left and was stopped again. Then came back and retracing his steps to the right and went in for a touchdown for about 40 yards vertically and about 120 yards laterally. It was just the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. Aside from all the talent that Bobby Reynolds had, he was just a great kid too, and he had a lot to do with the spirit that carried through that team in 1950.
All-American Bobby Reynolds is hampered by injuries in his junior and senior year and was never able to repeat his standout season. Bill Glassford's 1950 squad ended the season second in the Big Seven Conference. This marked the first winning year since 1940. In the early 1950s, Nebraska begins to regain its self-esteem on the football field. Not only are the Huskers winning, the state's economy is improving. Nebraskans enjoy newfound prosperity. Farmers see large crop surpluses. Omaha is the nation's leading meat supplier. The College World Series comes to town. Television is the latest rage. And the university's television station begins broadcasting a weekly Nebraska football highlights show.
7 of our boys went 60 minutes in the ball game. It was a team victory from the standpoint of all the boys on the playing field and also on the bench.
Even though the country is at war in Korea, there is a revival of hope and prosperity for Nebraska and Husker football.
Nebraska started winning, which was a refreshing change for Nebraska fans. Glassford also brought controversy to the Nebraska football program. You know, it's the proverbial my way or the highway. There was only one way to do things, and that was Bill Glassford's way. He saw players as cogs in a machine. They had no personality, they had no individuality.
The return of veteran lineman like tackle Max Kitzelman, number 63, should enable Bobby Smith to break loose on a few more gallops like the one you're going to watch right now.
As the veterans left the team and he got into the younger players, he forgot how to treat people and had an awful lot of people that just didn't stay there because of the way he did things. And he was just a little bit more aggressive with the personnel than I thought he should have been. They claimed that he played at Pittsburgh, and they called him the baby-faced assassin. We call him something else. We call him the baby-faced bastard. Because if you remember, when the guys came back from the war, they brought a new attitude that suddenly confronted the educational people and confronted the coaches. The coach was not quite the king after the war that he was before.
Glassford did some very interesting things. I mean, he held preseason workouts out in Curtis at the Ag School in Curtis. Put a locker room in the second floor of an old barn out there, and players have to shimmy up the rope to get to the locker room.
How would you like to go through a 2.5, 3-hour practice, then have a long ladder that's inclined, and you had to hand walk it with all your equipment on to get inside before you could go eat? Hot, dry, miserable conditions. And that was a time when they felt that you got in better condition if you didn't get any water during practice. So you didn't get a drink.
They shut down Camp Curtis because the reports of both the brutality, I mean, there's no other way to describe it, of the conditions, and then the injuries to the players became so apparent that they didn't have any choice. But Glassford found other ways to condition his players for the games.
The fall camp that we had was 5 to 6 in the morning. We had a practice. Went to breakfast. Then we had a meeting. Then we had 3 hours of practice. And we ate, and we had a meeting, and we went 3.5 hours of practice. And then we ate. Then we had a meeting at the night. Got to bed about 11. And after a while, 2 days went by, and you thought you'd been there a week.
In '53, Nebraska beats Miami in Lincoln. But the season ended with only 3 wins. The players' hard work and long practice sessions aren't paying off. By 1954, Glassford has a losing record. His abrasive style is wearing thin with the team and with the alumni.
Some of the alumni in Lincoln and in Grand Island that wanted Glassford to leave had gotten a hold of some of the older players, and with my being the senior and all, they wanted me to go to a meeting at the Lincoln Hotel.
Yeah, I remember that very vividly. Well, one day after practice, they said to John McWilliams and I, come on, meet us down to the Lincoln Hotel. We're going to have a party. We're going to try to get rid of the coach. We got a petition for you to sign. We get down there, and this party lasts 3 days. 3 days, you know, and they're drinking and all this stuff, and they pull this petition out, and of course I signed it. The worst thing I ever did in my life.
In January 1954, the Nebraska football team did what was unthinkable for the times. 35 squad members signed a statement demanding the resignation of their coach, Bill Glassford.
It was interesting to see that football players had dared to stand up and say, enough, we're not going to do this anymore. There were guys all over the country who were wondering, am I next?
The Glassford petition was signed by Max Kitzelman.
And I think Bill fully understood that we were kind of pulled in by the alumni and really used for their purpose.
Glassford seemed shocked by the whole thing. But again, given his style, since he never listened, it would be not surprising that he never heard how unhappy the players were prior to this.
He called me in and he said, I think if I'm here next year that you will be. And I just plain told him no, I wouldn't be. Because under the circumstances, I had a service requirement of at least 2 years in the military, and I was just going to go ahead and not take the different draft. And consequently, I went in the Army for 2 years.
And in the end, Bill Glesford was retained as coach because it would appear, and the conclusion of most observers was, that we simply couldn't afford to buy out his contract.
I got into coaching later, and I can look at it this way: it helped me know how to treat people. And I've had players call me after they've left 15, 20 years later to visit with me from California and tell me, I just wanted you to know you touched my life. And that means a lot to you, that you've helped someone. And maybe Bill had something to do with that. Who knows?
In 1953, the Korean War ends. At home, a new conflict is surfacing across the nation and in Nebraska.
There'd be one black kid on a football field with 100 white guys who have come from, Scribner and Schuyler and Broken Bow, and they had no idea what it was like to deal with black people. And they just, they ignored me in most part. And I had many, fight. We call fights. Punch you, I punch you, and that's it. And the coach stops it. But my buddy Max Kitzelman kind of settled all those problems for me, and he kind of took care of me. And he was 6'5" and 250 in those days, and nobody bothered me.
You learn how to take care of yourself. You stick up for yourself. You stick up for your friends. And Charlie was a good friend.
Charles Bryant from Omaha South High was the first black football player to letter at Nebraska since Clinton Ross in 1913. Bryant was later joined by other black players, John McWilliams and Sylvester Harris.
There was never any racism among the coaches. Never heard him say a word. And Bill Glassford, they were just all kind of weird to me. One day I walked out to practice, and he said to me, "Charlie, why you look so mad?" And I said, "I'm mad." He said, "Well, you ought to smile." So the next day I came by him, and he stopped me, he was chewing me out, and I laughed in his face. Oh, did he get angry? I said, "Coach, you told me to be happy."
In the 50s, you had the real beginning of athletic integration. The black athletes coming in. Sports has done as much as anything in our society to help bring the races, if you want to use that term, together.
Integration of the Nebraska team happens at a time when much of the Big Seven is still segregated. Social attitudes are changing, but black players traveling to places like Missouri and Oklahoma are faced with open discrimination.
We went to Oklahoma, and we had to stay at the Black Y, and I don't know what they were thinking about. Why wouldn't they let us eat there at the Black Y? They had to bring us all the way across town, march us into the dining room to eat with the team, then we had to march out. It was just more like a stand.
And I didn't know until many years later that they had to stay in the YMCA. That's embarrassing to me, that those conditions existed at that time.
And it was really the worst of American society at firsthand experience.
At Lincoln, Nebraska, Coach Bill Glassford returns in *54 with high hopes for a big Cornhusker season. Coach Glassford has his problems, the major one being to find a quarterback replacement for Johnny Bordona. At Norman, Oklahoma, they're confident of something that has come to be tradition, a Big 7 title for the Oklahoma Sooners. Bud Wilkinson envisions still another split T power for 1954.
Wilkinson's Sooners beat Glassford's Cornhuskers 55-7, the worst defeat suffered by Nebraska at Oklahoma. Because of an NCAA no-repeat rule, Oklahoma is not allowed to make a return bowl trip.
We were destroyed by Oklahoma. Oklahoma knew it couldn't go to the Orange Bowl. It knew if things played out, Nebraska would go, and there were some who speculated that Oklahoma wanted to show the Orange Bowl that they really were getting the second-best team in the Big 7.
The 21st Annual Orange Bowl Classic, 1955. Duke versus Nebraska. It's New Year's Day in Miami.
This is Nebraska's first bowl appearance since the Rose Bowl, but fans and the national press show little interest.
In fact, again, if you read some of the sports writers' evaluations of the Orange Bowl, they talked about what a miserable showing Nebraska made. I mean, national sports writers now.
A Houston Post sports writer wrote, Glassford can now find at least 68,750 who will sign a petition recommending the dismissal of his football team.
You know, so we certainly didn't gain a heck of a lot of national credibility by playing in the Orange Bowl.
Final score, Duke University 34, Nebraska 7.
Going into the next season, Bill Glassford could see the writing on the wall.
Glassford's career ended quietly, I guess would be the nicest way to put it. You know, it's tough to be where you're not wanted. At the end of the 1955 season, his contract expired, but he had the option of renewing that contract for another 5 years. It was at his initiation, and he chose not to exercise that option. And so the 55 season was played out, and Bill Glassford left quietly. And probably on both sides, everyone was happy it ended that way. If you look at the mid-50s, what happens, of course, is that the conference is so dominated by Oklahoma. The other 6 of the Big 7 are in the shade, if you will, of the big Oklahoma tree.
Bud Wilkinson's Sooners are on a winning streak with a record 74 conference wins and 2 national championships. Oklahoma is the envy of the nation. Nebraska is under pressure to hire a top replacement for Glassford.
We hired Pete Elliott from Oklahoma. And so, you know, if you want to emulate the best, you steal from them. So there was a great deal of expectation. Now we're going to come back. Now we've got the guy we need.
The word was Bud Wilkinson loved Pete Elliott like a son. Well, Dad beat son about 54-6. And Pete immediately took the job as head coach of California and left after one season.
And then the university says, well, we're going to go to Bill Jennings because here's a loyal assistant coach, someone we can count on, someone we can depend on to be here a number of years.
Dependable Jennings wins only 1 game in his first year.
Bill Jennings was the epitome of the Peter principle. He was a good recruiter. But then when he got to be head coach, one of his real lacks was organizational skills.
Yet again, Nebraska fans lack confidence in their new coach. There was little to cheer about in Lincoln until October 31st, 1959. It's a dreary Halloween afternoon at Memorial Stadium. The Huskers are massive underdogs to Oklahoma. Quarterback Harry Tolley from North Platte ran the NU offense.
Oklahoma took the opening kickoff and marched it down the field and scored on their first drive, and everybody kind of thought, well, business as usual, and Oklahoma's going to win.
OU took an early lead, but Tolley threw a 3-yard touchdown pass to Richard McDaniel to make it 7-6. Even though it's early in the game, Nebraska tries to take the lead with a 2-point conversion.
But at that time, even though we missed the 2-pointer and it was still 7-6, I think all of us started thinking, we're not playing for a tie and we're not going to lose. We're going to try to win this game.
A field goal by Ron Mead in the third quarter put the Huskers ahead 15-14.
But I think a lot of people started thinking, well, maybe this is the year that we're going to get them. And I always have people tell me that there were more fans in the stands at the end of the game than when they started, because they kind of listened on the radio and they could see that something special was happening. And a lot of people came, I think, to watch the rest of the game.
A late fourth quarter touchdown by Tolley puts the Huskers ahead 22-14.
As Oklahoma can do, why they came back and drove the ball down and ended up scoring with about 4 minutes to go, and so it was getting a little nervous for most of us. And so Oklahoma was putting on a final drive, and the fans were up and screaming and making noise. They drove down to about our 30 or 35, and they were running out of time, and so they started passing into the end zone. Ron Mead intercepted it in the end zone for a touchback, which means that we had the ball on the 20 with less than a minute to go so we could run out the clock. Well, at the end of the game, the fans came on the field and tore both the goalposts down.
Husker fans let go of years of pent-up frustration.
We as players carried Coach Jennings off the field on our shoulders. I mean, it was a wonderful day. I thought a lot of Coach Jennings, and I was really happy for him to get the win.
I mean, one of the questions is, if he could do that, why couldn't he win other games? That's why you play the games, and someday it all comes together for you. And it might be the only time that season that it all comes together for you. Or in Bill Jennings' case, it might be the only time in your career it all comes together for you.
For a moment, Coach Jennings offered fans hope that he could turn the program around. But after 5 straight losing seasons, he ends his career at Nebraska.
Bill Jennings was very unhappy as head coach. Some of the coaching and training staff who were his personal friends said they were really worried about him because he changed as an individual. He became more depressed. When Bill Jennings was fired, a lot of his friends applauded, not because they wanted to see him go, but they just wanted to see this burden lifted from him.
Bill Jennings closes the revolving door of failed Nebraska coaches. Like Glassford before him, Jennings didn't believe the Cornhuskers or the state had the makings of greatness. In a newspaper interview, Jennings said,
"There's an intense desire to do something good in this state, like elect a president. But I can't feed the ego of the state of Nebraska with a football team."
Jennings was right about desire. He was wrong about football. Fans had to wonder if stability and success would ever return to the Nebraska football team. At this point in Husker history, fans had seen only 3 winning seasons in 20 years. It was time for Nebraska to prove itself again. Well, they not only proved that they could win, they shocked college football. In 1962, NU President Clifford Hardin began a national search to replace Jennings. Hardin offered the job to Michigan State coach Hugh Duffy Doherty, one of the most popular coaches in America.
He says, I can't do this, but he says, there's a guy coaching out there in Wyoming that worked for me that I think will do you a good job. And so Duffy recommended me, and Chancellor Hardin at the time called, and I came in here and under an assumed name because I guess they weren't sure they wanted me.
And Bob came to campus, and of course, I couldn't picture Bob Devaney blowing an interview for a job if he really wanted it. He was that good.
When I first came here, though, I was not very impressed with Nebraska's athletics facilities. In fact, they were horrible. I called back to Duffy and I said, Duffy, this place doesn't look too good. But he said, if you win there, you can win a national championship. And he says, I know that these people are interested in football and interested in winning.
None of us could have ever dreamed the impact Devaney would have on Nebraska football. But it was a refreshing, and we felt, I think most of us that met him felt, hey, this guy may have some potential. He's looked like a good guy.
Bob Devaney brought enthusiasm to the Nebraska program. His own personal enthusiasm, and then the enthusiasm that he generated among the players and fans. He made Nebraska believe in itself again as a football team.
Bob Devaney's first star quarterback is Jennings recruit, Dennis Claridge from Robbinsdale, Minnesota.
There were a number of things that Bob did that made him a winner. When he came in, he found out what our gripes were and did everything the opposite. If we had 3-hour practices, he came in and said, we're going to practice an hour and a half. We heard you guys scrimmage, we're going to have no contact. There'll be no scrimmaging during the week. I don't care who you are, everybody starts on a level plane. So if you're a starter, you're fighting for a job. And ended up a lot of the guys that were second, third, fourth team and under Bill Jennings ended up playing quite a bit against Bob. So he did a lot of things that got the players excited about playing again. He had a unique knack of letting us know that we could win.
I think any person that's worth a damn has got to believe in themselves. If they don't believe in themselves, nobody else in the world is.
The University of Nebraska Department of Intercollegiate Athletics presents Football Highlights of 1962.
In his coaching debut at Nebraska, Devaney's team overwhelmed South Dakota.
I can remember our first game, and we threw an incomplete forward pass. And everybody in the stand stood up and cheered and hollered. I guess they hadn't been passing much.
Here's a man in motion. Lyman rolling out to the left. Wants to throw. Spots a receiver. He's got him free. To Tomlinson. Touchdown! Nebraska's first touchdown of the 1962 season.
Nebraska beat South Dakota 53-0. Devaney's next opponent was a bit more intimidating. Nebraska takes on Big Ten powerhouse, the Michigan Wolverines.
It was Nebraska's first appearance on Michigan turf since 1915 in a series which found the Huskers winless in 3 previous tries.
The idea of going to Michigan, first of all, was a little fearful. You were going to be playing the big boys. They had a great reputation. Everybody knew who Michigan was. Nobody knew who we were. Bob Devaney was from Michigan. I think there was a pressure there. He didn't say a lot about it, but in our private coaches meetings with our position coaches and things like that, they all let us know that, this means a lot to the old man. This is a big deal.
It's a bright Saturday afternoon, September 29th, 1962, in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
The underdog Huskers of the Big Eight showed early that they were unawed by the crowd of 70,000 and the Michigan reputation.
The game started off an even match. Neither team was able to score in the first quarter.
Second and 9. The first unit back in. Claridge at quarterback. Pitches to Stewie. Goes outside. Has a black at the 40, the 45, the 50, the 40, to the Michigan 30. Still driving and carries out of bounds down to the Michigan 25-yard line. Claridge calling signals. Takes plenty of time. 7-man Michigan front. Pitches it out. Goes to Stewie. Has a block at the 5, the 2, the 1. Touchdown, Nebraska!
In the second half, Dennis Claridge breaks things wide open.
I did some kind of a rollout or an option. Ended up keeping the ball, and it wasn't very elusive, and the guy was coming, so we just went head on. And as I got up and kind of looked at him, there was not a fear, but there wasn't a confidence in his eyes. There wasn't this thing, I'm from Michigan and I'm going to get you. It was like, wow. There was just a little look in his eye that said, boy, this game's about over. We're going to take control here.
Nebraska first and 10 on the Michigan 16. 7:45 left in the game. Claridge hands off to Thornton, has a hole at the 10, driving at the 5, the 2, the 1. Touchdown, Bill Thunder Thornton! Thornton with his second touchdown of the afternoon. And he came racing back out of that end zone just as fast as he went in. He's a happy guy.
And we beat him 25-13, and which was a tremendous upset. And that was maybe as important game as we ever won during my tenure at the University of Nebraska.
It was a good game. I think we controlled things. Michigan, being up in that area, got a lot of press, so nationally we were recognized. I think after the game and after we won, then I think the state got probably a little excited about how good we were and what we'd done.
This is the story of a football team that made the comeback of the year in the Midlands. The Nebraska Cornhuskers, once proud rulers of Great Plains football, led from the depths to prosperity by a 46-year-old magician, Bob Devaney. The combination wizard humorist took the reins of the Huskers in Lincoln.
Devaney is actually winning with players he inherited from Bill Jennings.
He's got a block, cuts into the 10 to the 5, the 2 to the 1, he scores!
He has help from loyal assistant coaches, many that came with him from Wyoming.
He had a great staff, and he kept that staff, and then recognized the budding genius of Tom Osborne.
He brought a coaching staff that stayed together to the point where they knew out of hand what the other guy was going to do. That is one of the greatest assets you can have. It's better than having players, because you can take ordinary players and develop them with that kind of a core of teachers, and that's exactly what they did.
The fan record led to Big Eight Coach of the Year honors for Bob Devaney in his first year with the Huskers, and Player of the Year.
Devaney's 1962 team wins 8 regular season games and lands a spot in the Gotham Bowl at Yankee Stadium in New York.
Nebraska was guaranteed $35,000 to fly to New York and play in the Gotham Bowl game against the University of Miami. The newspaper strike in New York, so it was the best kept secret in Gotham.
The day of the game, you'll have differing reports on how many people were there. I looked around the stadium a lot, and there was a Salvation Army band, and I'm going to tell you there were 500, maybe 1,000 kids at the most that they had let in.
The temperature is in the teens with freezing sleet.
I was in the locker room, and I remember Devaney's last admonition or apology to the squad just before they took the field. And he said, "Fellas, I really got to apologize to you for getting you into this mess." He said, "This is a terrible day and terrible conditions." He says, "But it reminds me an awful lot of my old days of the back alley fights in Michigan when I was a kid. There isn't anybody there to watch you, but the toughest SOB's going to win." And they cheered and went out the door, and it was a great game. It really was.
Claridge looks over an 8-man Miami front. Tyson in motion. Claridge on a rollout. Fires a pass for a touchdown to Mike Eager in the end zone. Well, these Huskers, time and time again, have fought back with great courage. This has been a fine effort.
A nearly empty stadium sees an exciting game. Nebraska and Miami traded scores in every quarter. Nebraska holds on to win their first bowl game ever, 36-34, and ends Devaney's first season with 9 wins, the most wins in one season since 1903.
The nation was stunned as we won 9 games and won the Gotham Bowl. I mean, hey, that's a heck of a job.
Nebraska faithful were hungry for somebody to do something successful. They needed a win. He got a win. He got their applause. Then he got their support.
The thing that really was great, and I really mean this, was the people in the state of Nebraska. How much behind the team and how badly they wanted to win in the sport of football.
After a great season in 1962, Nebraska fans look forward to the 63 season with even more optimism. Coach Bob Devaney.
As the season begins with optimism, the country's mood is one of discontent. Civil rights demonstrations heat up across the nation.
Black players, they were certainly aware of what was happening nationally in terms of civil rights and the whole struggle against segregation, but they never felt, certainly in the Devaney camp, if you will, evidence of that kind of discrimination. Bob was truly colorblind. I mean, every player will tell you that what he cared about was your football ability. He didn't care about the color of your skin.
Devaney's 1963 team is 8-1 heading into its showdown with powerhouse Oklahoma. Then on November 22nd, President John F. Kennedy visits Dallas.
The president passes right in front of a Dallas police officer, right in front of our cameras now. Somebody patted his shoulder. Mrs. Kennedy coming along behind him, grinning all the while.
Pardon me, ma'am. I'd like to ask your reaction to the death of the president.
Well, anything like that is a terrible tragedy to a nation. Whether you are for him or against him makes no difference.
President's car.
The assassination of John Kennedy brought the country to a standstill.
As you can see, are leaving.
I remember hearing about it. I was in my fraternity house. The initial shock and fear, and you know what's going on.
Around the country, various events were canceled. I mean, most high school events, basketball, football, were canceled. The whole country literally stopped and said, "What do we do now?"
The next day, Nebraska is scheduled to play Oklahoma for the Big 8 championship.
And everybody's in shock about the president being shot, of course. And Bud Wilkinson was President Kennedy's head of Youth Physical Fitness Council, so he called Bobby Kennedy and got a hold of him, and Bobby Kennedy urged him to play the game, said the president would want you to play the game.
Memorial Stadium flags were at half-mast on November 23rd in memory of President John F. Kennedy, assassinated the previous day in Dallas, Texas. The crowd stood for a moment of silent tribute.
Back then, Oklahoma was everything. It was the most important game to me in this season. I would have lost 3 or 4 other games if I could have beaten Oklahoma.
Claridge calling the signals, handing off on the right side, and it's a touchdown to the Huskers. Rudy Johnson banging in over the right side.
Denny Claridge just got better as the season went along. He was a big, strong guy. He was a good runner and a pretty good passer.
Claridge diving, he's got the touchdown!
Devaney's Huskers led 17-0 in the fourth quarter. Oklahoma tried to come back, but the game ended in a 29-20 Husker victory.
Claridge diving,
goalpost at the south end going down.
The Cornhuskers win their first conference title since 1940.
We were ecstatic. I mean, we were thrilled to death. The crowd and everything else, I think we'd capped off a great season. We were Big 8 champs, first time in a long time. Being at that age, 21 years of age, pretty selfish and self-centered. I would say we probably thought more about the game that we had won and what we'd accomplished rather than thinking about the mood of the country and what had happened to the country. I wish I could say it was different, but it probably wasn't.
From across the nation and around the globe, the sports-minded and fun-seekers come to enjoy everything under the sun in the playground of the world.
The Huskers traveled to the Orange Bowl to face 5th-ranked Auburn.
It was fun practicing in a warm place, being able to go down there and be on a beach. Gee whiz, a swimming pool. You know, we had reached the big time.
Dennis Claridge, the Cornhuskers' great quarterback. All-American Bob Brown, 272 pounds and rough. So is Lloyd Voss at 247. Nebraska's head coach, Bob Devaney.
And for some reason in this particular time I thought, well, you know, what kind of play have we got? What can I do to maybe try something that'll catch them off guard?
Claridge did just that on the second play of the game.
Claridge keeps the ball, breaks off the right side. He's at the 40, he's at midfield, down to the 40, still on his feet at the 30, 25, 20, 10, it's over for a touchdown.
I had seen great runners run down the sidelines untouched, and it's almost like you're going to stumble over your own 2 feet because you don't think this can happen to you. People will talk to me or visit with me about athletics or football. That's the one thing that they remember, so I think I was fortunate to have that happen because it gave people something to remember.
And the Big Red of Nebraska will go back to Lincoln, Nebraska, happy tonight because they have won the 30th annual Orange Bowl Classic.
Nebraska wins the Orange Bowl 13-7, ending Claridge's college football career.
His system utilized whatever talents and abilities I had. His system let me grow in confidence in what I could do athletically. As a person, I loved being around him. He was funny, he was humorous. He could be very critical of you and get your attention if you weren't behaving or doing something right. But he had a unique sense of people around him and taking care of them. I think he was a very loyal person. He several times told me, this football is sure is fun, but get your education, prepare for things after football. Helped in a lot of ways beyond football. I have the utmost respect and fond memories of him. He was a great, great man.
Bob, how do you feel about defending the Big 8 championship?
Well, we're glad to have a chance to defend it, Bob, and we hope that we can make a good showing, and we're certainly not going to relinquish that championship without a real tough fight.
Bob, best of luck on behalf of everybody throughout Cornhusker land for a splendid 64 season.
Thank you, Bob.
Bob Devaney, the head football coach at the University of Nebraska.
Bob Devaney became coach at a time when football was in transition in a number of ways, both in terms of the commercialization of the sport, if you will. It was just coming into its own as a TV sport and so on, so the money involved with football was changing significantly.
Bob Devaney also knew what the media could do for him and his program and for the University of Nebraska and for the state of Nebraska. You can't just say, well, we've got this little tiny dot up here in the middle of this state. No. He sold Nebraska, and that made the whole state red.
You know, one sports writer described Bob Devaney as an old-time evangelist, spreading the gospel of Big Red football.
So I asked John to send down a group of freshmen
and he set me down 11 of the biggest, fattest, slowest kids he had, see?
He enjoyed going to fundraising events. He would sing that great song, "It's Better to Give Than to Receive." Oh, yes. And they'd just cheer him and then reach for their pocketbooks.
Bob Devaney would use his popularity and charm to convince boosters to fund improvements to the athletic facilities. In 1964, a south end zone section is installed to Memorial Stadium, beginning a series of expansions.
Well, Jack, of course, we'll have about 13,800 seats in the new addition. Not all of these will be available on a reserved seat basis, because we'll have to hold, about 5,000 or 6,000 over in this end for our ever-expanding student needs.
If you look at really the string that is intact right now for sellouts, it goes really back to when Bob first showed up in 1962, you know, and I used to try to kid Coach Devaney that it was me showing up in 1962 that started filling the stadium up.
Fullback Frank Solich from Cleveland, Ohio is in Devaney's first recruiting class.
He's one of the toughest little guys I've ever known. I mean, I'd put him as tough as Tom Novak, except their size is different.
Well, he was only weighed about 150 pounds. You don't find many 150, 55-pound guys in college football, especially as short as he was. He do various kinds of tricks to put a little more weight on him.
Well, that's a kind of an old story I'd like to forget, but you know, it really came down to not wanting to be the lightest guy on the team. Paul Schneider, who was our athletic trainer in those days, this was his ingenious idea. They issued sweats to you and T-shirts and shorts to you. Of course, they're all one size, you know. So the T-shirt that I got was extra, extra large or whatever, just like everybody else, and so it draped down to my knees, and so I was able to strap a few extra pounds of weight around me and cover it up with that to get on the scale. But it really didn't work. You know, still ended up being the lightest guy.
But he was a fine little football player, period.
The ball is at the 45-yard line of the Gophers. Preston Love split wide on the right side due to undercalling signals. Dropping back to throw at the 50. Rolls out. He's chased. Has to get it away. He's got Solich open. He's got it to 12, the 5. He's in. Frank Solich took that ball on the 10 run. And the Huskers are back in it. Little Frankie Solich, the fullback, cut across. He took that ball on the run at the 10 and wrapped in.
In '64, Nebraska finishes the season with 9 wins and a trip to the Cotton Bowl in Dallas.
Churchich leads the way with his passing. First, he hits Solich with a screen pass, and the plucky 154-pound fullback darts for 3 yards.
The Huskers lead most of the game in a defensive struggle ending in an Arkansas 10-7 win. The 1965 team went undefeated in the regular season. In only 4 years at Nebraska, Devaney built up a remarkable record.
Bob Devaney, winner of 38 games and only 5 defeats, and truly the nation's greatest football coach.
In the Orange Bowl, Devaney's Huskers play Paul Bear Bryant's Crimson Tide for the first time. The national championship is riding on the outcome.
Suddenly and incredibly, at 8 p.m. New Year's night 1966, through a rare combination of last-minute upsets in football, the stage was set for deciding college football's 1966 national championship. Coach Paul Bryant's Alabama Crimson Tide, winner of the 1964 crown, faced Coach Paul Devaney's Nebraska Cornhuskers, king of Big 8 football.
They had a quarterback, wasn't supposed to be a great passer, but just threw the ball that day like he was Johnny Unitas.
That super quarterback, Steve Sloan, is back in the pocket again. Rushed hard, but gets the ball away. A long one. And watch this fingertip. Sensational diving catch by Ray Perkins at the 12.
That was a good Alabama team, and they were ready to play.
After that conversion, Alabama kicks off to Nebraska 6, where a fullback, Frank Solich, receives it. And watch him go for 67 yards into Tideland.
Frank Solich remembers the thrill of playing his final game in front of Coach Devaney and Bryant.
A magic moment. You look at two of the very best that there's ever been in college football, battling against one another, and even if you had just a small part in that, it made you feel great.
The winner, the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Again, the country's national champion and king of the college gridiron.
In 1966, I got a call from Bryant, and he said, well, Bob, old friend, he says, we had a great game last year. And I said, well, yeah. And he said, the two fine teams we got this year, he said, I don't think the Orange Bowl wants us back, but the Sugar Bowl down there in New Orleans is every bit as good of a bowl game, and they really want us. That'll give you a chance to get even.
The classic rematch turned into a mismatch. Alabama struck quickly. Quarterback Kenny Stabler passes 45 yards to Ray Perkins on the first play of the game.
Kenny the Snake Stabler keeps the ball. Sweeps left end, 14 yards for the touchdown.
Here comes the option play. Kenny Stabler, look at that block of Cecil Dowdy. Nice play by their linebacker. You're a little late there, partner. Stabler back to pass, and he throws out to Dennis Holman, who's wide open, and you see they know something about the fundamentals of football because they really do tackle. Here comes Les Kelly running with the football. Wayne Cook made a great block to the outside. Their linebacker again makes a very fine play. You're a little late again, partner.
Third-ranked Alabama defeats seventh-ranked Nebraska 34-7.
Get the shit beat out of us.
The reason Alabama could handle Nebraska at that particular time in the middle 60s was simply speed. Everybody had a hard time beating Alabama. Everybody.
Losses to Alabama hurt Devaney's popularity. In 1967 and 68, Nebraska has back-to-back 6-4 seasons. Fans are restless. The expectations that Devaney created does not allow for 4-loss seasons.
And so that's when we sat down as a group and talked about the things we were doing and decided to try something different.
His willingness to experiment and his willingness to change, his adaptability to new conditions. And so he brought that to a program. I mean, you take a Bill Glassford who said, my way or the highway, and you take Bob Devaney who said, let's find the best way to work this.
Get up, Walter, hurry on, move! Get up.
Nebraska concentrates on strength and conditioning and works to match Alabama's team speed.
The rivalry with Alabama really proved to be a learning experience. It proved to be a turning point, a changing point for Nebraska football. I don't care who you are. You can't be a highly successful football coach without having a tremendous competitive spirit and also an ego. And Bob Devaney didn't lack either, but then neither did Bear Bryant.
In '69, I got a call from him again. And he started through that same line, and he said, he says, the Liberty Bowl is a great bowl. He says, they'd like to have us over there. And, we got two good teams, and it'd be a great game for us, the fans that like it. And I said, oh, sure. So just as soon as he called up, I called the Sun Bowl up. We were dickering with them and told them we'd be there.
After 2 consecutive rebuilding years, Nebraska finishes the 1969 season with a 9-2 record, and Devaney wins his 100th game as a head coach.
The 69 team probably did more unexpectedly after the season got started than any team I've ever coached. They come back, and at the end of the year, they were as good as any team we ever had.
The spirit and determination of a senior-dominated club had proven Coach Devaney's often-told philosophy that be it in life or a game of football, you can never give up.
Nebraska is back on track, helped by strength and conditioning and offensive play calling by assistant Tom Osborne.
Tom, I found, had this real fine offensive mind, and I was not one inclined to throw the ball. I was, I'd come from a school where you jam it down their throat. And I'd get some ideas as far as throwing the ball from Tom. Tom was more of a pass-oriented at that time. But it's easier when you're an assistant coach to throw the ball when you're head coach. You get more conservative as you get to be head coach.
And I probably, because of having been a receiver in pro football and so on, like to throw the ball a little bit more. And yet, in that day and age, if you threw the ball, 24 times, that was quite a lot.
Jerry Taggy, quarterback, drops back, looking to throw long, which he's going to do way down. Complete. Johnny Rogers. Beautifully thrown pass.
The 1970 outlook is promising, but little did the Huskers realize that something special is about to come. Devaney recruited players that could execute Nebraska's new offensive strategy.
First and goal on the 5. Taggy with the ball. Hands off for Newton.
The offense is led by junior quarterback Jerry Taggy from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Bob Devaney is a tremendous manager. Tom Osborne was a tremendous CEO of the football team. And those guys had vision. They were always on the cutting edge, from weightlifting to nutrition to best ways to work out. They're always on the cutting edge.
The Big Red made their annual pilgrimage to Minneapolis to give Gopher coach Murray Warmath his annual stomachache, and that's just what happened.
Taggy, option, pitches out to Orduno, who's throwing. Wide open, Eagles touchdown! Wide open!
Surprisingly, Nebraska is undefeated with 1 tie going into the annual showdown against Oklahoma. The Big 8 championship is on the line.
Taggy now drops back, looks, being rushed, throws into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles!
In a seesaw offensive battle, Nebraska scores a touchdown late in the game to take a 28-21 lead.
Taggy with it, goes over, touchdown!
In the final seconds, the Nebraska black shirt defense steps it up.
It's 4th down and 5 with 5 seconds left to go in the ball game, and Oklahoma must do it right here. And Mildren with the ball is dropping straight back to throw. He's got plenty of time. It's long into the end zone. It's being battered around, intercepted in the end zone by Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson just runs out of bounds, and there's the ball game.
The regular season ends 10-0-1. Nebraska is ranked number 3 going into the Orange Bowl.
New Year's night, 1971, a truly big night and a big page in Orange Bowl history, as results received from the Cotton and Rose Bowls have put the national championship on the line here tonight. It's the mighty Cornhuskers of Nebraska versus the powerful Southeastern champions, Louisiana State Tigers.
Several of the teams ahead of Nebraska wound up losing in earlier games. We knew going into that night game that if we won, we'd be the national champion.
They get into the locker room there for the last time before they go out to play the game, and they're yelling, "We're number one, we're number one, we got it, we got it, we got it." And Bob's saying, hold it, we got to play a game. Whoa, wait, no, we get it. Oh, no sweat, we're going, and there was all that enthusiasm when they went out on the field.
And the game is underway.
Johnny Rogers grabs the ball at the 12, swings to the 15.
The Huskers came out scoring with 10 points in the first quarter.
Taggy hands off to Ordona, up the middle, for a Cornhusker touchdown.
In the third quarter, LSU scored on a 31-yard pass to cap a 75-yard drive to give the Tigers a 12-10 lead.
LSU failed to make the point after touchdown, but now leads 12-10 as we go into the final quarter with undefeated Nebraska behind for the first time this season.
We had fallen behind, but there was still plenty of time on the clock.
When Jerry Taggy was the quarterback, it was Jerry Taggy's team. I mean, there was no doubt, anybody in that huddle. It was Jerry Taggy's team, and he was a leader.
It's a hot Jerry Taggy going back for another aerial in this Cornhusker drive. It's a strike to Kinney, who moves for 17 big yards. The great Cornhusker powerhouse moves in for the biggest touchdown in Nebraska history.
And I remember I had been through my mind so many times, scored a touchdown on a quarterback sneak, and told myself if we ever got in that situation, by looking at the film, I need to take a step to the right and delay my lunge and then reach the ball over the goal line.
It's Jerry Taggy calling signals after a 67-yard march. And on a quarterback keeper, he dives for the goal line, making sure his plunge is across the goal line. And it's 17-12, the final score and victory for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska. And pandemonium, Cornhusker style, invades the gridiron.
We scored when we had to, and our defense came up big when they had to, so it was a great football game.
Coach Bob Devaney's unbeaten Nebraska Cornhuskers are #1, 1970 National Collegiate Football Champions of America.
The fans have just been fabulous. They went nuts. I mean, they were just excited. They went crazy, and I think they've just been crazy ever since.
The University of Nebraska 1970 football team, champions of the Big Conference, victor in the 1971 Orange Bowl, and picked by the Associated Press #1 team of the nation.
Hey, Richard Nixon said we were #1, so I guess we were #1.
At a time when the nation is divided on the Vietnam War and racial integration, Devaney's team pulls together. Now, after 80 years of playing football, Nebraskans can take pride in a national championship.
Winning that national championship had a significance beyond a university in a major state winning a national championship, because so many people felt so involved with that program that each of those people then could take some sense of accomplishment from that, even if they were only a fan cheering in the stands.
Their offense has been unmercifully used by the Nebraska Black Shirts this day. I've never witnessed anything like the ferocious play of the Nebraska defensive unit.
Now at the top of college football, Nebraska sets out to defend its championship in 1971.
Oh, what a magnificent kick. Rogers fields the ball at the 8-yard line. He runs over to the left. They try to set up the wall. He's to the 20, the 25. He's to the 30, the 35, the 40, the 50, the 45, the 40. He's to the 35, 20. Oh, he's gone home. And I know I keep saying how unbelievable this young man is, but wait till you see the film on that one.
I always had the green light, so it was always about scoring and keeping us at least in good field position, and we generally got that done.
He's the only guy I can remember that every time he touched the ball, the whole stadium got ready to stand up.
He never thought about it. He knew what the hell he was doing. He just did it. It's like Gale Sayers, just like all the great runners. They don't know what they're going to do. They just do it.
And it's a good one into the wind. Rogers takes the ball at the 38-yard line.
The Huskers drive through the season, continuing their 29-game unbeaten streak, leading to a showdown in Oklahoma.
He's to the 5, touchdown!
Oklahoma was, they were only that far behind us. Wow, they were great. It was a matchup that was built up before the season started, which is kind of unusual back then. So the media jumped on it.
NCAA College Football, another exclusive presentation of ABC Sports.
Maybe the first time ever in college football that we were able to get promotions on in prime time programming, promoting that ball game. So we busted our chops at ABC to make sure everybody knew we had Nebraska and Oklahoma coming up.
College football 1971, the game for number one. Unbeaten and untied Nebraska versus unbeaten and untied Oklahoma.
The nation stopped to watch that game.
Today, it's the showcase of college football as we look at the number one ranked team in the nation in the white jerseys, the Cornhuskers from Nebraska, being intercepted by the Sooners of Oklahoma in the crimson jerseys. They are ranked number 2.
It's a cold Thanksgiving day, November 25th in Norman, Oklahoma. At the time, the game attracts the largest television audience in history to watch a college football game.
There were, what, 250,000 people that were actually in the stands that day? I mean, everybody was there that day, or believes they were.
There was so much electricity in the air.
At quarterback, from Green Bay, Wisconsin, number 14, Jerry Taggart.
It was one of those games where your stomach was turned inside out and you were nervous, but at the same time you were calm and relaxed and ready to play this game. And you've been building up and looking forward to it, and you knew you were good and they're good. And it was like a big heavyweight bout. It was it was just awesome.
Joe Wiley in to kick. Wiley stands at his...
One of the most exciting players ever to play at Nebraska, Omahan Johnny Rodgers, ignited the crowd 3 minutes into the game.
It holds up there. Rodgers takes the ball at the 30. He's hit and got away. Back upfield to the 35, to the 40. He's to the 45. He's to the 50, to the 45, to the 40, to the 35, to the 20, to the 10. He's all the way home. Holy moly! Man, woman, and child did that. Put them in the aisles. Johnny the Jet Rodgers just tore them loose from their shoes.
Greg Pruitt was looking me right in the face right when I caught the ball. When you start off, you really don't know what you're going to do until it comes time to actually do it. So I remember going to my right, and the lineman got in my face, and so I broke back to the left and down the middle, and then I ran into the referee. He gets into the way, blocks the man for me. I break back again to outside. I move to the sideline because I'm always trying to get back to the sideline so I can cut back again. And then I start to hear that guy called rigor mortis set in, gets a little tired going towards the end there. And I'm picking up speed fast as I can, and we end up having one of the biggest plays in football.
He had the greatest ability to change directions at a relatively top speed of anybody I've ever seen play football. He'd be running right at you, looked like full speed, and the next thing you know, he'd be off right or left.
Pros, college, high school, he was the best of all time. He could do everything.
John Harrison at the bottom of your screen on a 2nd down and 7. Greg Pruitt showing you his style.
Even with Johnny Rodgers' game-breaking talent, Nebraska's black shirt defense needs their best game of the season.
On the wishbone, 1st and 10 from the 35. And Leon Crosswhite, the fullback, number 6.
Oklahoma's Coach Fairbanks' wishbone offense leads the nation in rushing. Devaney's strategy is to shut down the run and force quarterback Jack Mildren to throw the football.
Going with a long ball here.
The game plan was Mildren's going to have to beat us. The big thing that surprised everybody was his ability to throw the ball the way he did, because that's really what kept him in the game.
1st and 10 with the clock running, and there is a touchdown, Oklahoma, John Harrison.
We were beat with a big play through the air, and Jack Mildren, he played his finest football game. That tells you a little bit about the type of guy Jack was when the chips are really down, when you really need something. I mean, Jack was a clutch guy.
He needs 6 yards. Mildren busting one out here to a man who's open. It's a touchdown. Oklahoma leads.
Mildren completes a touchdown strike, putting the Sooners ahead 31-28 late in the fourth quarter.
And now Nebraska gets the kickoff and starts down the field with Jeff Kinney, and I'm standing there, and all I can think of was I didn't want to have a heart attack. And I kept telling myself, Foxy, don't have a stroke. Don't have a heart attack. Calm down.
Our offensive line and Jeff Kinney took control. And Jeff Kinney got stronger and stronger and stronger as the game went on.
Slot man on 2nd and 3 from the 15. And that's the man to give it to. Jeff Kinney.
And we just marched right down the field and shoved it right down the throat.
Hagee, the quarterback, calls his count at the line of scrimmage. Taking a long count there, he gives to Kinney. Kinney over the left side, touchdown! 74 yards on that drive, and Nebraska forges into the lead. 34-31. Oh, man, woman, and child, I never thought I would live this long to see this kind of a football game. 138.
We were used to winning. We were educated, knowledgeable on what we were doing. We had all the utmost confidence in our coaching staff and in the guys that were out there implementing the plays. So we knew we were going to win. I mean, it was just a matter of time.
Mildren fakes. He's back there to throw. He got away from Jacobson. Then the ball knocked down by Glover. And Jacobs is on it in the end zone. No good, but Nebraska takes over the ball. What great play by big Larry Jake. He just won the Outland Trophy 7 times over, and look at that sideline. Look at that sideline go wild. What magnificent defense. And I am going out of my gourd. I just can't help it.
Well, I'm so happy I don't know what to say, cry or laugh or hurt. I can hardly breathe. I'm so happy right now.
I think this here means more to us now than winning the Orange Bowl last year when we were national champions then, because we feel we're national champions right now. Right now. And ain't nobody stopping us. This year, next year either.
Well, I'm glad we have an opportunity to play against a wishbone offense. It should give us some help in preparing our defense for Alabama.
New Year's night, 1972, in the Orange Bowl, the absolute final battle to decide #1 in college football. Nebraska faces the final challenger, Coach Bear Bryant's Alabama Crimson Tide.
After that Oklahoma-Nebraska game, they saw us on film. They were intimidated. We came out on the field, and you could tell that. It was, you can tell emotionally, you can tell mentally, and when you have the upper hand. And we did, right from the flip of the coin.
Nebraska in white jerseys kicks off to Alabama in red jerseys. Williams receives it at the Tide 8 and returns to his 26.
In the early years when we played Alabama under Devaney, Devaney hadn't yet established himself. He hadn't achieved that same infallible status that Bear Bryant had.
And it's Jeff Kinney going over tackle for Nebraska's first touchdown.
It was a whole different setting. It was a meeting of equals. We could get out there and strut with the best of them. Now we had proven we could.
Observe closely, as you will see the biggest play in this ball game. The Tide's punt by God is received by Johnny Rogers at the Nebraska 23. Rogers, dipsy-doodle, faking, and speed is too much for Alabama.
It was very simple and easily forecast because Nebraska simply had the best football team in the country. And Alabama wasn't all that good. Paul Bryant knew it. Bob Devaney knew it. Bob went down there and just whooped him.
And right here in this Orange Bowl, the awesome Nebraska Cornhuskers prove to their great coach, Bob Devaney, and to the nation that they are the greatest national champions ever developed in the history of college football. Truly, America's #1 as never before.
After the game, I kidded about it this later, he said, that's the greatest group of football players I ever saw a football team at one time. Didn't say a damn thing about the coaches. I kidded him. I said, Jesus Christ, you sure didn't give any credit to us. And he just laughed. fine trophy, and we appreciate it there. I think I'll take that home and replace the picture that I have of my father-in-law sitting in the living room. I'll take that down and put it in a recreation room, and we lose one someday, I'll pour myself another drink and say, hell, we were pretty good one time.
Devaney returned in 1972 to try for an unprecedented third national championship. He announced his retirement before the season and handpicked his successor, assistant coach Tom Osborne. That year, Rich Glover earns Outland and Lombardi trophies, and Johnny Rodgers is the first Nebraskan to win the Heisman Trophy. With 2 losses, there was no third championship trophy for Devaney. But in his last game, Nebraska beats Notre Dame 40-6 in the Orange Bowl. Devaney ends his career as the winningest active coach in the nation and helped restore a winning tradition to Nebraska football.
I don't think that you can take a look at the Nebraska football program under Bob Devaney and discount in any way the impact that he had on every aspect of that program. Whether it was, the material in terms of how better the athletic facilities were by the time he retired as coach than when he came in as coach, or whether it was just in the mental attitude of both the players and the fans. Bob Devaney touched everything.
Players come into this program understanding what the tradition has been all about. They know that Nebraska has won and won a lot. They know about the national championship teams. They may not know about the names of a lot of the players in the past, but they know that this program is steep in tradition.
He built the program. He went out and sold his program.
You ought to run for something in this state.
He was a genuine person. When he talked, you believed him because he was honest.
The best judgment of a coach is what his ex-players have to say about him. And I can never remember an ex-player ever saying anything bad about Bob Devaney. A football coach is like the pebble in a pond. Take a pebble in a quiet pond and throw it in the middle and watch the ripples and let each ripple be a generation. Not just the guys he coached, but the generations that follow.
Come a-running, boys, don't you hear that noise? Like the thunder in the sky. Now it rolls along in a good old song from the sons of Nebraska. Now it's coming near with the rising cheer that will sweep all foes away. So with all our vim, we are bound to win. And we're going to win today for Nebraska and the Scarlets, for Nebraska and the cream. Though they go through many a battle, our colors still are seen. So in contest and in victory, we will wave them for the team. And we'll always serve a Cornhusker, the old Scarlet and the cream.
Funding for this program was provided by U.S. Bank, offering solutions for all your financial needs. The Able Foundation. Funding for this program was provided by U.S. Bank.
Tools give you the edge, the upper hand. Financial tools from U.S. Bank are no exception. They simplify a complicated job. Over time, they make you wonder how you ever got along without them. For every person, for every financial need, we have a tool. Your needs, our tools. U.S. Bank.
Football began at the University of Nebraska in 1890, and from the very beginning, Nebraskans embraced the sport with an uncommon passion. In the spirit of the pioneers' rugged work ethic, they first decided to call the team the Bug Eaters. But by the turn of the century, they officially became known as the Cornhuskers. There has always been a special link between Nebraska football and the Cornhusker State. That spirit and passion have become a uniting force and made Nebraska into an unlikely national football power. In the early years, there were wins over Notre Dame and Oklahoma, a trip to the Rose Bowl. There were memorable players and personalities. But by the late 40s and early 50s, there were far more trials than triumph. It took a fighting Irishman named Bob Devaney to rekindle Nebraska's championship spirit. When Coach Devaney stepped down in 1972, Nebraskans wondered what the future held. Would they return to the dark days of the 40s and 50s, or was the best yet to come?
Come running, boys, don't you hear that noise? Like the thunder in the sky, how it rolls along.
Legendary Bob Devaney, Osborne, and his Cornhuskers defeat the Longhorns in the Cotton Bowl.
You're right down to the guts of it right here, friends. 31-30, going for two. Gill takes, looks, rolls, throws, deflected away. Miami leads 31-30. They tried for two and didn't make it.
For 22 years, he labored and waited, and now the moment is his.
Final score, Nebraska 24, Miami 17.
What we're seeing here tonight is the number one and number two teams competing, and the number one team in Nebraska is totally dominant in every single area. We may have seen one of the best teams in the history of college football tonight.
Day by day, he gets better and better. We get better and better. Team can't be beat. Won't be beat.
That's cool. Okay, guys. Good.
And here comes the Huskers. They're led onto the field by Frank Solich, making his debut as the Huskers' new head coach.
It gives me great honor to announce this year's winner of the 2001 Heisman Memorial Trophy. And the winner is Eric Crouch, University of Nebraska.
Hi, I'm Trev Alberts for Husker Century. Welcome to part 3 of our look into the history of Nebraska football. The arrival of Bob Devaney in 1962 represents the beginning of the modern era of Nebraska football. For 11 years, Coach Devaney built the Big Red program into one of the best in the country, culminating with national titles in 1970 and 71.
a Heisman Trophy, and numerous other honors and awards. In 1973, he retired and named as his successor a virtually unknown assistant named Tom Osborne. It was a move that surprised many at the time, but one that continues to have an impact to this day. The Osborne era began with Nebraska among the elite programs in the country. But life in Nebraska, both on the field and off, as it was throughout the country, was dramatically changing. The cultural revolution of the free love 60s turned to rebellion in the early 70s. The Vietnam War divided the country, and the Watergate scandal that led to the fall of the Nixon White House rocked the nation to its foundation. Instead of harmony and trust between generations, there was more tension and isolation, and more cultural uncertainty than perhaps at any time in history. For Tom Osborne, tension came in the form of trying to follow in the footsteps of a legend. Devaney's dramatic successes left fans with incredible expectations.
I think that's part of where some of the pressure came from on Tom, because it was so important at that point to everybody in the state. People took, I think, a certain amount of state identity was based on that football success, and on top of that, you know, here was a guy from Hastings, a native son, that was in charge of maintaining maintaining that success and really carrying the burden of this state identity.
It had been known throughout the 1972 season that Devaney would be stepping aside at its conclusion. He had contemplated retiring after the 71 campaign, but decided to pursue an unprecedented third straight national title. While his bid for history came up short, his legacy had long been established as one of the game's greatest coaches. The 72 season gave fans an opportunity to savor the memories of the program's savior and a chance to study the quiet young assistant who was Devaney's chosen one.
There were a number of coaches that you could realistically say would be a good successor to Coach Devaney. In hindsight, though, I don't think there was ever a question in Bob Devaney's mind who is going to succeed him.
After a brief career in professional football, Tom Osborne returned to his home state seeking a graduate degree. It was 1962, and Devaney was new in town. Osborne asked him for a job. 11 years later, it was Devaney who asked him to lead the program he had molded into one of the nation's best. By the time he took over in 1973, the former graduate assistant had earned his doctorate and had become the offensive coordinator for some of the greatest teams in college football.
What you sensed was an incredible work ethic, a man that got there very, very early in the morning and left late at night, a strategist that knew exactly what was going on with his offensive team and what the defense was going to bring, a very hard-working guy, extremely competitive man. So we got behind him. He wasn't a real yeller or a screamer in your face, but we got behind him because we knew he was a great leader.
Okay, Richard. Good job. You all right?
Oh, yeah.
I think Tom Osborne probably faced as much pressure succeeding Bob Devaney as any young coach has ever experienced succeeding a legend at whatever college or university you want to pick. There was massive pressure.
The fact that he was Bob Devaney's hand-picked successor gave the 36-year-old first-time head coach a slight margin for error.
Come on now, let's go. Let's take that ball, put it in the end zone. Let's go.
There were a number of candidates on Devaney's staff with more experience, seasoning, and of similar personality to their outgoing boss, who were thought to be more suited for the position.
I think Monty was a little upset that he didn't have more, you know, Monty Kiffin, who was our defensive coordinator, and Warren Powers were both all excellent coaches. Every coach I ever saw up there was a good coach, and you know, they always had continuity. They kept the same people all the time, but I think there was maybe a little tension between the coaches at times at that time, more than the players.
The changeover obviously had some problems, and I don't think there was a lot of off-field camaraderie going on that had been present in the Devaney era. It wasn't some just big social party for those people like the Devaney era had.
September 8th, 1973. The first game of the Osborne era played out better than anyone could have scripted. A 40-13 thrashing over 10th-ranked and West Coast power UCLA.
And Roddy pitches off over there to Tony Davis. Tony Davis got a block. He's to 30. He's to the 25. To the 20. He's going to go all the way for a touchdown. Tony Davis, the tornado from Tecumseh, went 43 yards.
The first game of the season, he came into the locker room, I remember, and said about 3 words, and we just bowled him over and went out on the field. We were so juiced to get out there. But later on, I think he gained more confidence and more courage and had some wins, and it became his own show. So I saw some changes in him, yes.
The first season, however, wasn't all fairy tale. The standards were different. Devaney had taken over a program of potential and possibilities. Osborne was bestowed a program of excellence and expectations. Despite a 9-win campaign, the 2 losses were magnified. A mid-season defeat against Missouri was a setback, but a 27-0 loss to Oklahoma was unacceptable.
The 27-0 loss was the first shutout for the Cornhuskers in 58 games since the last game of the 1968 season.
It kept NU from winning a 5th straight Big 8 title and relegated the Huskers to the Cotton Bowl instead of the Orange Bowl. Tension that had been running high all season long reached a boiling point when Osborne didn't follow Devaney's laid-back pre-bowl practice routine.
We lost to Oklahoma rather disappointingly, 27-0, and so I told him the only thing we could do would be to try to really work hard and get better and win the bowl game.
Everybody's complaining. He's running, he ran us good, but we always ran, but Tom liked to run. So we were running stadiums there, and we ran hard. Didn't do any really football drills, but mostly just running.
And my recollection was that John, as one of the co-captains, had a team meeting without me knowing about it. And there had been some complaining that, well, a bowl game was a reward for a good season and they shouldn't have to work hard. And I didn't see it that way.
Get out and say, okay, we're going to have a meeting. And I didn't ask Coach either if I could have a meeting or anything. I just called it, And because I was tired of the complaining. I get everybody together and I said, what's your problem? And no one said anything. I said, okay, this is it. That's it. You guys don't have anything to say. You've been complaining to me all day. I think they were afraid to speak up then as in a big group. They didn't mind coming to me as individuals and complaining. But as a group, they didn't want to say anything. So I walked down and going to go lift weights with Darryl White, and we're lifting weights. And in comes one of the assistant coaches. Coach Osborne wants to talk to you. Was real upset. And someone, I don't know who it was, went to him and said, I was trying to boycott the Cotton Bowl.
I felt that was really not the role of a captain to say, well, we're not going to work very hard.
So, I was released from the team at that time. And it went on for about a week, and then finally cooler heads prevailed, and I got back on the team.
And I suspended John. I did reinstate him once he apologized to the team, and we did go down and beat Texas.
I ran my punishment after the first practice I was back, gassers up and down until I couldn't walk or stand up. That was my payback, But, it was I think it was more a misunderstanding than anything, and there was a lot of pressure on Coach Osborne because of what happened in the Oklahoma game and because of what happened during the season, and it was all falling on his shoulders in the paper.
In the locker room before the Cotton Bowl game, and Tom had let John play, but he said, you're not going to be the captain for the game. So before the game in the locker room, John came over in the corner and said, I know I'm not the captain today, but would you shake hands with me anyway? And I said, sure, John. He said, I'm going to play like I'm the captain. I mean, it wasn't the action of a guy who was disloyal. It was a kid who'd made a mistake and played like a captain.
In the Cotton Bowl, Nebraska and its rookie head coach was paired with Texas and its legendary leader, Darryl Royal. A tight game at halftime, tied at 3, the Huskers capped the season by taking control of the second half en route to a 19-3 win over the Southwest Conference champion.
Tom Osborne is a name that you'll be hearing more and more about. He's 36 years of age, he's a bright young man.
Oh, there have been some great coaches here. Dutch Meyer, Frank Leahy, Bible, Nayland, Dodds, Royals, McClendon, Devaney, Parsegan, Paterno, Royal,
And now, Tom Osborne, the doctor.
We had been through some tough couple weeks there, tough season really, you know, emotionally for him and probably for us also, but more for him. And I think that was a win for him to say, you know, we're all behind you and this and that. You know, we've had our problems, but we're all behind you. To carry him off, I think, was a big thing. I think it helped him a lot, maybe mentally, to know that we were still behind him, that he was the driving force behind us all season, and he was.
Throughout Osborne's first decade, his teams won 9 or more games every season, but there was still one major frustration: the inability to beat Oklahoma. While OU dominated in the 50s, it was a back-and-forth battle in the 60s. And by the 70s, it ranked as one of the best rivalries in college football.
2 outstanding programs, fine players, fine assistant coaches, and when it came time to play, we had tremendous respect for them, and I think it was mutual. I think they respected us, too.
The rivalry between OU and Nebraska is one of mutual respect because we both play at such a very high level of competition. I think because of that, it's not nowhere does it go to hatred. It goes to one idea that, hey, Nebraska's good, OU's good. When we play, everybody across the country watches that game because we set the tempo for college football.
The loss in Norman to the arch-rival Sooners in 1973 was a sign of things to come. In Osborne's early years, the rivalry became one-sided, much to the disappointment and eventual displeasure of Nebraska fans. They watched as OU beat NU in each of Osborne's first 5 seasons and 8 times in 9 meetings. Whether it was a dominating win or a come-from-behind heartbreaker, Oklahoma believed in Sooner magic, and so did Nebraska, after witnessing firsthand OU's knack for making Nebraska's championship dreams disappear.
I think Sooner magic is being able to play the complete 3 quarters and a half in that last part of the ball game, find the amount of energy and desire it takes to win that football game. And it is a part of Sooner magic. I think it goes down to a matter of belief in oneself and in one's team that you can win a close football game.
The Sooner magic with us was just our players making plays in the 4th quarter at the end of a ball game to win. I think 6 times we were behind and we came back to win ball games with a few minutes to go in the game. I think people coined that as Sooner magic. That was just some players making some plays. Keith Jackson, Jamel Holloway, Billy Sims, J.C. Watts, Thomas Lott. It doesn't make any difference who they are. They were great, outstanding players, and players make big plays in big games to win them.
Oklahoma's magician was Barry Switzer. If Tom Osborne was Superman, Switzer had a pocket full of kryptonite. The Sooners' young head coach was also a charismatic figure with a Bob Devaney-like personality.
I think that was probably the most difficult part of Tom's early tenure in Nebraska, was being successful when he probably didn't have the players that Barry Switzer did. But I think Tom was as good a coach as Barry Switzer. I think Barry Switzer would have acknowledged that.
Barry Switzer had the personality and the background to go to Texas and get black athletes to come to Oklahoma. And therein lies the tale. It's really that simple. And he had a personality that he got along with them. They loved him. And he had some teams. So when people talk about Tom Osborne not being able to win certain games that they thought he should win, I mean, look who's playing.
In 1978, Nebraska had a 9-game win streak heading into the Oklahoma game. The Huskers were ranked 4th in the country, but Oklahoma had won national titles in 1974 and 75. And now Barry Switzer was saying this team was his best ever. OU was ranked number 1 and steamrolling toward a national title. But 78 turned out to be one chapter of the Nebraska-Oklahoma rivalry that had a happy ending in the Husker history books. On a dreary gray day in Lincoln, Nebraska turned in one of its most memorable performances.
Chases the ball to the sideline, takes the ball right on the sideline, cuts back in. He was just lost the ball. Nebraska's on the ball.
For all his success against Nebraska, this was the game Barry Switzer remembers most.
When people ask me about the Oklahoma-Nebraska rivalry, that's the first game that jumps out at me. And people say that, well, I remember all the losses. I don't remember the wins. I remember the losses. And that one was devastating because we had been ranked number one. We were number one going into the game. We were 9-0, had a great football team. We fumbled 9 times that day. We lost 6 fumbles, and we only got beat 17-14. Billy Sims makes a great run, Heisman Trophy winner that year. He gets the ball knocked loose, and we lose it. We had a 1st and 10 at the 2 with 2 minutes to go in the game. We might have won the ball game.
I've never been so happy for one guy in all my life. This can show you that nice guys can win, I'll tell you. And I've seen it all. I'm really ready to die now. I'm ready to go. They can take me anytime.
The euphoria of the 17-14 victory and the national championship hopes lasted just 1 week.
I think that was probably one of my biggest moments here in college football. But, you know, the disappointing part was the following week. And I told him, I said, I was probably depressed probably for about a good 3 weeks after that Missouri game, because every time we think about that Oklahoma game, we think about what would have been.
It looks like Orange Bowl, probably playing Penn State for a national championship possibility. A week later, Nebraska plays Missouri. Warren Powers comes in here after having come in and upset Nebraska the previous year as a head coach at Washington State. Comes in here, pulls the upset against Nebraska.
Taking advantage of the Huskers' celebratory hangover, unranked Missouri came to Lincoln to take on now number 2 Nebraska and left with a 35-31 win. As Nebraska's national title talk silenced, what Osborne heard next was even more disconcerting.
The Orange Bowl is meeting right now in an executive meeting. They're considering, I don't know, the possibility of taking us, or probably more likely ask us to come play Nebraska again in Orange Bowl.
Tom, I never saw his face ever drop or turn as white or anything else when he heard that, and he could not believe what the Orange Bowl was telling him, and he was very curt and said, well, we'll play. He just couldn't believe it. It was a terrible blow to the guy.
The Sooners won the rematch in Miami 31-24. The disheartened Huskers finished the 78 campaign ranked 8th in the country. But no loss on the field would have been as devastating to Nebraska's football future as what almost happened after the 78 season. With the frustration mounting over the losses to Oklahoma and the growing dissatisfaction among Husker fans, Tom Osborne took an investigative trip to the Rockies and interviewed with Colorado about its available head coaching position. An offer was extended, and he almost accepted.
I thought there was a pretty good chance. Nancy and I got on a plane and went out there, and it was the only job that I ever interviewed for, or even left Lincoln to look at the facilities. And the motivation behind it was that I had the feeling that people around here were disgruntled. And I talked to the staff, and the staff was unanimous in thinking that I ought to take a look at it, and most of them, I think, felt we ought to go.
Osborne's loyalty to the players, to his home state, and to Devaney, the man by whose standards he was judged, weighed heavily in his decision. Osborne stayed at Nebraska.
I think the people, the lifestyle, the work ethic, the value system is where I fit. And I think I could have gone to Colorado. I think our staff was a good staff. I think we'd have won a lot of ball games. But I don't think long-term, long haul, that it would have probably been as satisfying as what happened here.
I think Tom's decision to stay here, that was probably, you know, an over-exaggeration, maybe not, but the most significant point in Nebraska football history because of what Tom represented as well as what the success that he was able to bring to that program.
In the winter of 1980, change was again in the air for the Nebraska football program. Not at the top, but on the field. After spending a decade primarily devoted to a balanced attack, with a propensity to pass with the likes of Dave Humm and Vince Ferragamo, Osborne took a page from Oklahoma and opted to implement the option at NU.
Our main competition was to beat Oklahoma. We knew that. We were here to beat Oklahoma, and we set up a team that could beat Oklahoma.
In a sense, Osborne wanted to beat OU at its own game. To do it, he needed personnel, particularly at quarterback. He targeted a Texan, Turner Gill, a strong-armed, fleet-footed phenom out of Fort Worth.
The recruitment of Turner Gill was one of those building blocks and one of those things that raised the level of the program because of the kind of quarterback he was, and also because of Oklahoma-Nebraska thing. I mean, the competition between the two, it came down, for Turner, it came down to Nebraska and Oklahoma.
To get Turner Gill, Osborne had to beat his nemesis, Barry Switzer, this time in the recruiting game.
Turner Gill was committed to us. He had made me believe he was coming to Oklahoma all along, and that's why I had an assistant coach to go to sign him. I should have been there. If I hadn't taken him for granted, Turner Gill would probably have been at the University of Oklahoma without a question. But if I had been in his home and been with him the last 2 days of national signing, I would probably have had him.
I know that my parents wanted me to go to the University of Oklahoma because it was closer to home. So to satisfy my mom and my dad, really, that's probably where I should have went, was Oklahoma. But I had it in my heart and my mind that I trusted Coach Osborne, and I felt very good about this man as far as, again, not only helping me become hopefully a better quarterback, but really a better person. And that's really what it came down to.
There was also cultural significance. Though Nebraska had played and started black quarterbacks before, Earl Everett and Nate Mason, there was a perception that in a state with a small minority population, a black quarterback wouldn't be accepted.
The switch to a style of quarterback that led to some black quarterbacks was the fact that we were having trouble with Oklahoma, and we realized we needed to beat Oklahoma, and a couple times we pretty well had them beat, and then their quarterback would make a play through athleticism. He'd either scramble and get a first down, or he'd scramble and break a few tackles and throw a pass, and all of a sudden we'd get beat. And so I began to realize that speed and athletic ability at quarterback was critical, and I really didn't care whether that person was Caucasian, African American, or whatever.
Gill's rise to the starting quarterback position was slow. He toiled for a year on the Husker junior varsity, then began his second season as a backup. But that's not where he ended it. It was a turning point in Husker history. October 3rd, 1981. A lackluster first-half performance found a 1-2 Husker team struggling at home against Auburn. The crowd's dissatisfaction was audible as the Big Red left the field at halftime.
Well, I think the big thing I remember, remember the fans booing. You don't hear too many times of Nebraska fans booing the team. I don't know whether they're booing the team, booing an individual, or booing Coach Osborne or whatever.
Well, they're probably just booing me, and if that's the way it is, that's fine. They can boo me all they want. I'd rather they didn't boo the players. I guess when a player runs out on the field and the booing starts, then maybe we'll just take it they're booing me. That's what I've told Mark Maurer, they're booing me. So they can do that all they want, and I'm sure they will, and that'll be fine.
All I remember is coming in at halftime, and Coach Osborne, after talking with the offense and so on and so forth, he came over and told me that I was going to start the second half.
A spark was needed, and a star was born. Gill opened the second half and led NU to a 17-3 win and ushered in a new era of excellence. With Gill at the helm, the Huskers didn't lose again in the regular season and went on to capture the first of 4 straight Big 8 titles. Though NU lost a chance at a national title in the Orange Bowl that season, the 1981 campaign marked the moment in which Turner Gill became the standard by which all Nebraska quarterbacks are compared.
Well, he was the glue. Everybody knew that. He came in and started performing, and we knew he was gonna, but he had to get a chance to get out there, and he was one of the best I've ever had a chance to play with.
In this evolution of the quarterback position at Nebraska, I think that getting Turner Gill here was probably the single most important event, because the way he played foreshadowed the Steve Taylor and Tommy Fraser and Scott Frost, Eric Crouch. It's been an evolution thing, but I think it basically started with Turner Gill. He was that kind of quarterback.
At the same time Osborne brought in Gill to lead his new offense, he already had the cornerstone in place to build it around and the foundation to pave the way. That foundation, the offensive line. the cornerstone, Dave Remington.
I think Dave Remington kind of probably brought the offensive line to a higher standard or brought it to a public knowledge, I guess, percent, and that everybody recognized the offensive line. When you saw Nebraska, you always kind of thought of the offensive line. That kind of just started a tradition there.
If the center position could be a work of art, Remington was a Rembrandt. His lightning-quick snaps and brute force blocking revolutionized the position and made him one of the most decorated linemen in college football history. A two-time All-American, he won the Lombardi Award and twice won the Outland as the nation's top lineman. Today, the award for the nation's top center is named in his honor.
The one thing that's most impressive to me about Dave Remington, and in 1981, when he was a junior, Dave Remington was voted the Big 8 Offensive Player of the Year, and he's a center. And I don't know if an offensive lineman ever won it before or after that. I seriously doubt it.
Dave Remington was probably Nebraska's most decorated athlete. I mean, he's got more decorations than General MacArthur. He was a heck of a kid and really a great football player.
Dave Remington and Dean Steinkuhler paved the way for offensive line notoriety that Nebraska still enjoys today. Over the last 20 years, the Huskers have averaged one All-American offensive lineman each season.
Well, I think football at its most basic level is just big guys smashing into big guys and a test of will, and we'll see who wears out first. And I think Nebraska's always bought into that. It starts with the great linemen and building great linemen out of prospects once they get here. And from there, just tremendous execution.
Like the entire football team, the foundation of success on the offensive line is strength. The architect of the strength program at Nebraska is Boyd Epley.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Keith Jackson. Pleasure to come back to one of our favorite cities, Lincoln, Nebraska, the home of the Huskers. That room you see there is the reason why they are so big, because Boyd Epley's strength program here is exceptional. That may be the most sophisticated weight room I've ever seen.
Boyd, even as a very young man, had a lot of ambition and pretty good vision. And as I recall, he talked to Bob Devaney. Bob was a little skeptical because Bob came through an area where weight training and bodybuilding wasn't part of athleticism. Sometimes people felt it got in the way. We changed our offense. We began to put it in an off-season program, and Boyd was a big part of that. And so that's kind of where it started. And I think Boyd probably was either the first or one of the very first full-time strength coaches that any college or university had. And so Boyd has been a very big part of this program.
Hired in 1970 as one of the nation's first strength coaches, Epley brought the weights out of the closet and eventually built a colossus, mixing muscle and iron with science and technology. From humble beginnings, weightlifting evolved into strength and conditioning, and it revolutionized the game of football. As was the case a decade earlier, the Husker teams of the early 80s were some of the most dominant in college football history, and at the same time, some of the most star-crossed. In 1982, Nebraska assembled a team that gave NU its best shot at a national title since Bob Devaney's 1971 squad, which is still considered one of the best ever.
We had some talent on the offensive line. We had some great talent in the backfield with Turner and Roger Craig and Mike Rozier and Irving Fryer. It was the same thing. They talked about the scoring explosion in '83, but I would put us up in '82 against those guys any day because I know what we had up there. We were pounding people pretty good, and everybody had a job to do, and everybody did it.
But the Huskers' championship dreams were shattered in the third game of the '82 season. Tom Osborne took his Turner Gill-led team to State College, Pennsylvania for a showdown with number 8 Penn State and legendary coach Joe Paterno. A national television audience watched as two of college football's best teams put on one of the best shows of the year, one that wouldn't be decided until the game's final moments.
After we took the lead, and I guess it was probably a minute and 17 seconds left or somewhere in that area, and was feeling pretty good about our football team and feeling pretty good about how we ended up playing. And And all of a sudden, I remember going down on they were going down on the drive, and I think it was 3rd and, I don't know, 7 or 8 or whatever, and had a call made on the sideline there, and, you know, said whether it was incomplete or he's out of bounds or whatever, and they called him inbound.
Unbelievable to see if they do this time. Nope, they're going to play action fake. Blackledge over the middle. Did he get it? Touchdown, Kurt Bowman.
Whether that was complete or incomplete or whatever, obviously that can be discussed forever and ever. You know, disappointing. But deep down inside, I knew that we played very, very well, and it was early in the season. And I guess in the back of our mind, we may think we were going to play them again later on in the season.
The controversial ending left Nebraska on the losing end of a 27-24 decision. It was the only loss in a 13-game campaign. NU bounced back the next week and pulled off an impressive 41-7 win on the road at Auburn. It was the first of 10 in a row that included a second straight win over Oklahoma. But the streak wasn't enough to put NU in national title contention. The Nittany Lions never stumbled, and no rematch was in the offing. Penn State won the national title. Osborne's best team to date finished a disappointing 3rd. At the dawning of the 1983 season, expectations were never higher, and with good reason. The Huskers returned nearly everyone, including Gill, wingback Irving Fryer, and I-back Mike Rozier. Together, they were the triplets, and they ignited the scoring explosion.
Well, they had 3 great players. They were the ones that made it happen. You know, Irving and Turner, Gill, and Rozier. They're 3 best players at their position in college football at that time. We referred to them as the triplets. And when I went to Dallas, we had Aikman and Emmett and Michael Irvin. I called them the triplets too. But Turner and Rozier and Irving Fryer were the first original triplets in my book.
Nebraska entered the '83 campaign as the nation's #1 ranked team, and it didn't take long into the season for the talk of this being college football's greatest team to be the topic of national debate. In the season opener, NU was paired with Penn State in the inaugural Kickoff Classic. The only team to beat the Huskers in '82, there would be no repeat in the rematch, only revenge. 44-6 was the final, and the start of the most explosive offensive performance in history. The numbers Osborne's '83 team put up offensively were astronomical. 63 in one game, 84 in another, 56, 72, 67. In an era when more and more teams were relying on the pass, Osborne's run-oriented option fueled a big red machine that was unstoppable. It was Turner Gill's senior season. He had long become a fan favorite for his graceful running, slick option leadership, and smooth delivery. And he had help. Fryer was a flashy big play threat and the eventual #1 pick in the NFL draft. But it was Rozier, a streetwise kid from Camden, New Jersey, who came to NU by way of Coffeyville Junior College. He left as the best running back in Husker history, a punishing runner who combined a hit-and-run style with elusive moves and speed.
He's trying to get away. He's looking for blockers. He turns upfield. He's going to run a touchdown. Touchdown! Holy cow! Man, woman, and child!
Rozier was a highlight waiting to happen every time he touched the ball. In 1983, he rushed for more than 2,100 yards, averaged nearly 8 yards per carry, and scored 29 touchdowns. By the time the dust he kicked up had settled, Mike Rozier was holding the Heisman Trophy as the nation's best player.
From the University of Nebraska, Mr. Mike Rozier.
Nebraska was 11-0, and once again, all that was standing between the Big Red and a shot at the national title was a game against arch-rival Oklahoma in Norman. Osborne and his Huskers had won 3 straight in the series. They were the unanimous #1. The Sooners were unranked. Still, the ghost of Thanksgiving's past haunted Husker faithful. would Sooner Magic strike during a season that had been too good to be true? The answer was almost.
Bradley in zone. Rides. They will remain unbeaten. They'll move on to the Orange Bowl against Miami of Florida. And Tom Osborne, a big step towards his first national championship.
All that was left for the Huskers, win one more game and rewrite history.
Definitely you knew it was going to be a very difficult game. You're playing Miami in Miami. They had everything to gain and nothing to lose. And unfortunately, there in the first half or so, didn't play very well. And
would you believe it? It is 16-0 Miami.
I think that most of us felt Miami could give them a game, but the Nebraska would be unbeatable. And they got into a situation playing a bowl game, obviously on the road, that caught them off guard.
It was frustrating, and the '84 Orange Bowl really emphasized the truth that a lot of people don't like to hear, and that is that defense wins championships. That was the poorest statistical defensive team we've ever had at Nebraska, and it was the best offensive team, maybe.
Trailing 31-17 in the fourth quarter, and with Heisman Trophy winner Mike Rozier on the bench with a badly bruised ankle, the Huskers fought back. Backup I-back Jeff Smith scored on a 1-yard run with 6:55 left to pull Nebraska to within 7. Then, with 48 seconds to play, Smith scored again on a 24-yard run to make it 31-30.
Looked over there and he gave the two signals for us going for 2 points. I knew what the play was going to be called because we had already kind of predetermined that. But in my mind, I was thinking and hoping that we would end up calling an option play. I just felt that I think that last drive or two that we had in possession that we did have some success running the option game. So my mind was one thing, but I knew what Coach Osborne was going to have in the call. And so rolled out to my right, and all I can remember is seeing Jeff Smith thought that they had an opening there and they would get the ball in there and made the throw, and unfortunately the guy got a fingertip, and there's no doubt there was tremendous disappointment.
It's a game that has gone down as one of college football's most memorable. In Nebraska, it is the most heartbreaking. But Tom Osborne's decision to go for the win in those final seconds was a defining moment in his career.
I'll tell you this, Tom Osborne in Nebraska could have had the national championship in all probability with an extra point that would have tied it. They'd have still finished unbeaten. But courage was so evident there. The integrity of Nebraska football and that whole state was on the line. They gambled and lost, but they're certainly to be given great credit.
The end of that game says a lot about Tom Osborne. People here, I'm sure they've relived it a lot of times, could have had a national championship, probably had he kicked the point after and gotten a tie in that game, put it in the hands of the pollsters. I thought it was so admirable that he went for the win. I thought that was a gutsy, brave thing, and regardless of who you're a fan of, you had to admire that.
I think the overwhelming national perception was that he was so noble in defeat. He really lived up to the words chiseled outside on the upper deck in the game of glory.
Most did not question the character of the man, but the whispers that Osborne couldn't win the big one were turning into a chorus. His predecessor had won 2 national titles by the time his 11-year tenure was done. Under Osborne, 11 years of high hopes and expectations had been met with success, but without winning at all. Through the 80s, the streak of seasons with at least 9 wins that began in 1968 continued, as did the streak of bowl invitations that saw the Huskers become a perennial New Year's Day participant. There were many All-Americans and hometown heroes, but none could bring home the elusive national title. Though in 1987, they came close. A perfect 10-0, Nebraska was #1 heading into a late November showdown with a familiar foe. Oklahoma had resumed its Sooner Magic act and had won 3 straight. Their 87 meeting was no different. Billed as the game of the century Part 2, it bared no resemblance to the 71 Classic in Norman. OU won in Lincoln 17-7 and once again ruined Nebraska's championship dreams. While the Huskers were putting together seasons most schools would envy, the endings were becoming all too familiar. The '87 season ended with Nebraska beginning a dubious streak of 7 straight bowl losses that faded Nebraska even further out of the national championship picture. At the dawning of the new decade, Nebraska's own championship expectations seemed out of reach, and things were about to get worse. The final decade of the 20th century saw the nation move into an era of technology at a faster rate than ever before. It was a decade of information and immediacy, from the internet and 24-hour news to ATMs, cell phones, and desktop computers. The world of college football was also changing. Pro-style passing offenses were in vogue with an emphasis on speed, and very few teams relied on a power running game like Nebraska's.
They know it better than anybody else, and they believe in it, obviously practice it year-round, and they don't change coaches, they don't change offensive coordinators or new schemes. So it is interesting that they continue to run the ball up and down the field on just about everybody.
There was talk, however, that Osborne's option offense that had dominated the early '80s was now antiquated, and the Huskers were behind the times. The 1990 season began in traditional fashion. A preseason top 10 ranking was followed by an 8-game winning streak and a rise to number 3 in the polls. A loss to eventual co-national champion Colorado in Lincoln started a slide that turned into an avalanche. The Huskers lost 3 of their last 4 games, the last 2 of which were not close. A 45-10 setback at Oklahoma ended the regular season. A 45-21 loss to the other co-national champion Georgia Tech in the Citrus Bowl seemingly ended Nebraska's mystique as a national power. Tom Osborne knew something had to change.
I think some things were happening around the country on the playing field that were changing the game a little bit. And we had some staff meetings and where we talked about some things that we wanted to make happen, along that Citrus Bowl time. And I think the big thing there was that we all felt like we wanted to be a faster football team. We wanted more speed.
It wasn't Osborne's option that was outdated. It was the Huskers' defensive scheme that called for a 5-man front. As significant as Nebraska's move to the option more than a decade earlier, Osborne and longtime defensive coordinator Charlie McBride began evolving the defense into a sleek 4-3 model that traded size for speed. To do it meant recruiting a different kind of athlete to join the black shirt fraternity. The first player in the puzzle was a defensive back named Ed Stewart. When he was called into duty as a linebacker, he was reluctant. When his career was over, he was an All-American.
I remember being thrust into that role, not being a very willing participant at the very initial idea of that, but went ahead and gave it a try. It was an opportunity to get out on the field, but it was tough. It was different. You were right there in the middle of things, and it really proved that we needed to go that route permanently. And we would go down and face teams like Miami and Florida State, and we saw how aggressive and how fast their defenses were. So we decided, I want to say towards the end of '92 or '93 for sure, we abandoned the 5-2 and went completely to the 4-3.
In addition to changing the face of Nebraska football on the field, Osborne, whose doctorate is in educational psychology, sensed a need to change the character of his club. While the '80s had been a decade of self-indulgence, Osborne sought to create an environment in the '90s that would foster unity within the Nebraska football family. Thus, the Unity Council was born, which gave the players more of a voice in the program.
So I did at that point get a hold of Jack Stark, and we talked a little bit about what we might do to really enhance unity and to get everybody on the same page. And so I think it was a combination. I think the Unity Council certainly helped. I think that we probably just fell into some pretty good athletes, and we also changed our defense, went to a 4-3 defense, got more speed at the linebacker spots, and then success breeds success. You have a winning season or two, and then confidence builds, and so we went into a pretty good cycle there, and but a lot of those things kind of just came together.
While it took a little longer to bring in the personnel that would make up the new Husker defense, the results of implementing the Unity Council were almost immediate. And for many Huskers, Nothing was more unifying than a simple yet powerful pregame prayer that moved a new generation of players the way Come a Runnin' Boys inspired Nebraska players a half-century earlier.
Yeah, I remember it. I could probably recite it for you right now if I wanted to. It said, "Dear Lord, in the battles that we go through life,
Dear Lord, in the battles we go through life,
we ask for chances fair.
We ask for chances fair.
Chance to equal all your stripes.
Chance to equal all your stripes.
Chance to do it or dare.
Chance to do it or dare."
I get goosebumps, man. I mean, I'm getting them right here.
If we should win,
we should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
With our faith and honor held high.
With our faith and honor held high.
If we should lose,
let
it stand by the road.
Let it stand by the road.
And cheers, the winners go by.
And cheers, the winners go by.
As you go through the prayer, you can feel, the guy that you're holding hands with. I mean, the grip's just getting tighter and tighter, and I mean, to the point where, fingers are going to start breaking pretty soon if you squeeze any harder.
Day by day, we get better and better.
We get better and better.
The team can't be beat.
The team can't be beat.
Won't be beat.
To walk out then after that, I mean, everybody's just jacked.
With a new defense in the making, there was little change in the Husker offense. But in the fall of 1991, Nebraska began recruiting an option whiz kid out of Bradenton, Florida. The same state that produced so much Husker heartache in the past was the home to Nebraska's future.
First time I ever saw him as a junior in high school, I knew this guy fit Nebraska football. And then his senior year, it even proved more so. I remember Coach Osborne approving Tommy on film, and the coach never really said a whole lot other than yes or no, but he did make the statement that this guy was special.
A can't-miss prospect perfectly suited to Osborne's offense. He was Tommy Frazier, and in February of 1992, Nebraska won a hotly contested recruiting battle for his services. And with him, the Big Red would make history. Midway through his freshman year, Frazier became the first true freshman to start at quarterback in the Osborne era. Frazier led his Husker teammates to the Big 8 title and then took them home with him for the holidays, to Florida for another Orange Bowl. Nebraska hadn't won a bowl game since the 1986 season, and against third-ranked Florida State, the Huskers' luck didn't change that New Year's night in Miami. The Huskers finished the 1992 season ranked 14th in the final polls. It was the fourth straight year that NU finished a season outside of the top 10. Prospects for the 93 campaign were not particularly high, according to those on the outside of the program looking in. However, the view from within the Nebraska football factory was much different. Just as NU revamped its offense a decade earlier, in the early 90s, the Cornhuskers went on the defensive, and a Husker tradition began to get national attention. The Black Shirts went big time. At Nebraska, one of the greatest honors a player can receive doesn't come with a trophy or plaque. It's one of these, a black shirt. To people outside the locker room, it's just a jersey, a practice jersey signifying you as a member of the first team defense. But to those who see one of these hanging in their locker, it's a link to a select few who've made the black shirts into one of the most feared units in all of college football.
I mean, that was a dream. You know, when I first got here and I saw those guys, I was like, damn, those are some tough guys. It was intimidating to see those guys wearing their black shirts, walking back from practice. And that was a goal of mine. I wanted to wear a black shirt.
Nebraska's black shirt tradition dates back to the Devaney days. It was born not by some stroke of genius. It was more like a stroke of luck. Running backs coach Mike Corrigan was simply in search of a different practice jersey.
So one day he kept complaining, our contrast is not great. We got to quit switching shirts so much. Let's go see what we can find. We went down to Lawler's, and I was looking at crazy greens and different colors. Finally, I said, nah, we don't have anything here. Lawler said to me, he says, come on in the back room. I got something I can't peddle. And I said, what do you got back there? And he said, some black shirts. I said, great, that's a great contrast for defense. You know, the offense is either wearing the red or the white. Heck, that's a great contrast.
The man behind the black shirts in the 80s and 90s was Charlie McBride, the toughest coach on the staff. But there was more to Charlie McBride than his gruff exterior.
Come on, come on, come on. Boogs, if you get any slower, your heart will stop. You gotta run!
It's a family. It's a team, yeah, but it's a family of guys that care about each other.
When you're out there playing together and you love each other and you're playing for the love of the game, you go out there and you play that much harder, and you don't want to let the guy down next to you. And, you know, that's what Nebraska football is all about, and that's what the black shirts are all about. You go out there with an attitude that you're the best, and nobody's going to beat you, and you love the guy you're playing next to, and you're going to go out there and you're going to do everything you can not to let them down.
To be a black shirt, to me, is a privilege. And I think the players have picked up on that there is something there, that there is a tradition that they have to uphold. And the ones coming up in the future have to uphold the tradition. It's not want to, it's you have to uphold that tradition.
Well, I think the black shirts are certainly feared by almost everybody that plays them. I think it's becoming a more national personality for this defense. I think people are beginning to recognize what black shirts means. And I think that the continuity of Charlie McBride, just a great defensive staff year after year after year, and the players that have come through here, and then put that in this environment which is just built to disrupt opponents' offenses, and you have a pretty fearsome combination.
In 1993, Nebraska was a preseason number 9 team, but the Big Red made a steady climb up the rankings as the wins rolled in. Ranked 6th heading into November, Nebraska jumped 2 spots after defeating Iowa State and 2 more to number 2 after beating Oklahoma for the 3rd straight year. As other teams thought to be serious contenders for the national title began falling out of contention, Nebraska emerged as the challenger to a Florida State team believed to be invincible. In the Orange Bowl, the Seminoles were pegged as 17.5-point favorites over the Huskers.
And he hooked it left. Florida State wins.
But just as it was in 1984, the hard-luck Huskers came up short in the game's final seconds, and a national championship seemed miles away. The sting of the loss was unmistakable and unforgettable. The memory of seeing their lead evaporate with 1:16 remaining in the game proved to be a lasting one. They had come to Miami with a job to do. They left with unfinished business.
The focus of the locker room after the Florida State loss 18-16, the focus was, we are going to come here next year. We don't care who we play. We don't care what adversity we have to overcome. We're going to come here and win the national championship.
We played our hearts out. It was like we had a taste of the national championship. But you know what? That year, we said, you know what? We're a bunch of contenders. You know, and there's nobody out here pretending. We can be a national championship team. And I remember sitting in that locker room after that Florida State loss and talking to the guys. You know what? Guys were upset. But you know what? There was a hunger from that moment on that we were all going to come back, work our asses off no matter what it took. And that following year, we were going to become national champions.
By the mid-90s, Nebraska had it all. Bill Byrne made sure of that. Bob Devaney had come to Lincoln in 1962, seeing the potential of Nebraska football, and retired a legend 3 decades after his arrival. In 1992, Bill Byrne succeeded Devaney as NU's athletic director and was challenged with maintaining Nebraska's standing. He did more than uphold the Cornhusker tradition. He moved Husker athletics beyond the forefront to the cutting edge. Byrne's first bold step forever changed the game day experience at Memorial Stadium. In 1994, Nebraska became the first collegiate stadium in the country to go high-tech in such a dramatic way. NU's Husker vision put fans throughout the stadium close to the action as never before. Nebraska's new tradition, the tunnel walk, brought the Huskers to the big screens and made them bigger than life each week for 78,000 fans.
I was fortunate enough to watch a game a year ago during one of our open dates when they played Texas. And just some of the new innovations with the Jumbotron and how they use it and how they feature the players and just basically taking the field and making it a happening, making it a special day. I don't think there's any place like it in the country. I really don't.
In 1994, Tommy Frazier returned for his third season as starter. Lawrence Phillips was emerging as one of the nation's finest backs, and the offensive line assembled in the Nebraska football factory was dubbed the Pipeline. Some called it the best ever. Defensively, the three-year evolution of the Blackshirts to a speedier, more aggressive unit was complete.
But 94 was unbelievable. That was probably the most satisfying year that I ever had in coaching because the resolve was really tremendous. I mean, the focus was tremendous, the sense of purpose. And then we lose Frazier 2 or 3 games into the season, and Brooke Beringer, we had no idea whether he could play or not. And we had some other injuries and some other things that happened, but it just seemed like the focus was so outstanding that it didn't make a difference what happened. We still were going to win one way or another.
The Huskers began the 94 season ranked 4th. Tommy Frazier entered the season as one of the favorites for the Heisman Trophy. And in the first 3 games, he played like the frontrunner. But it was in week 4 when cheers turned to fears as his health made headlines. Blood clots in his right knee put him in the hospital. His season was in doubt. His career was in jeopardy, but his life was the priority, and one hit was too much of a risk. With their leader gone, most figured a fall was inevitable. But in the drama of Frazier's absence, a new character took center stage. His name was Brooke Beringer. A small-town Kansan with Hollywood looks and NFL potential, Beringer had been patient playing behind Frazier, but now he was given the opportunity of a lifetime.
3-16.
When Nebraska lined up against Wyoming for Game 5 in early October, Beringer was the starter, but he was about to be tested again. In the process of leading his team to its 5th win of the season, unbeknownst to his teammates, Beringer suffered a partially collapsed lung. It was an injury that put him in the hospital, but not until after he finished the game. Brooke returned and started the following week against Oklahoma State. This time he didn't finish. The drama of 94 became more cinematic and more unbelievable game by game, day by day. Beringer's lung problems persisted. This time, team doctors would not let him play in the second half. Osborne turned to a walk-on from Wahoo named Matt Turman to finish the OSU game and to also start the following week at 16th-ranked Kansas State.
And the question everybody's wondering about right now regarding NU's quarterback situation is this. Brooke Beringer has been cleared to play this afternoon. However, Matt Turman will start.
With a small-town star on the state's biggest stage, the Huskers held on. Their unblemished record remained perfect and national title hopes intact. The Huskers went back to finishing business by overwhelming the rest of the Big 8 schedule en route to their 4th straight league title. Along the way, Memorial Stadium celebrated its 200th consecutive sellout dating back to the first year of the Devaney era. It was the Colorado game. Both teams were 8-0 and ranked 2nd and 3rd in the major polls, and both had their sights set on the Big 8 and national titles.
The 1994 Colorado game here was a true showdown. It was a great CU football team. And I'll never forget walking in the stadium just before kickoff and feeling the atmosphere. And I was reminded of what a big game is like in this stadium. And right then, you just knew that no matter how many future NFL players Colorado had on the team, they didn't have a chance.
Colorado's veteran offense featured Heisman Trophy winner Rashaan Salaam, along with Cordell Stewart and Michael Westbrook. But the Black Shirts were on a mission, and they led NU to a dominating 24-7 victory. Despite all the injuries and adversity they faced, the Cornhuskers rolled to a 12-0 regular season, won the Big 8 title, and earned another berth in the Orange Bowl for the national championship. Their foe was familiar, and the challenge all too common. Nebraska had to once again play Miami on its home field in order to finish number 1.
Taking it home.
For all of his team's success on the field during the season, the night of January 2nd, 1995, belonged to the man on the sidelines. The questions regarding his ability to win the big one were about to be tested once again.
There's a lot of guys that go through their whole career in college football and never get to this point. We've done it 2 years in a row now. Let's make it count this time. There's nothing should be left on that football field. Every guy here is going to play as hard as he can play it one play at a time and concentrate. And I'm expecting the fourth quarter we're going to be a stronger football team. Okay? We came close last year. You dedicate yourself. This is a culmination of a whole year of work right here. And it's all going to hang out tonight. You're ready to play. You're going to do a great job tonight. So there's no concern on my part as to how we're going to get the job done. Okay, and have some fun while you're doing it. Okay?
For the first time in 3 months, the Huskers had the services of Tommy Frazier, who started the game. But it was Miami who raced to the early lead. The Canes led 10-0 before Brook Berringer came off the bench to bring the Big Red back and put NU on the scoreboard.
Brook drops back, rolls to the right, has Gilman. Mark Gilman's got the ball. Mark Gilman for the touchdown.
Still, the Huskers trailed 10-7 at the half, and again it was Osborne who was as much prophet coach as he prepared them for the game's final 30 minutes.
Let's just keep playing physical football, and we'll get it done. Don't anybody ever lose confidence. We're going to get it done. It's going to happen. And it'll happen late in the ball game probably. But if we keep going, we're going to be all right.
I remember the feeling inside that locker room. You know, everybody, you could hear a pin drop. Everybody was listening to Coach Osborne. And he said, if you guys listen to me, we will win a championship.
We believed him. That's all it basically was. We trusted him and we believed him, and he was right, without a doubt.
I remember he said this. He said there's going to be a turning point where one of those guys is going to do something stupid and don't react back to it.
Listen to me. I'll promise you this. If you guys will get your hands down, they're going to get a critical penalty at a time that's going to kill them. But the thing that you can do that will hurt those guys the most is to have the penalty walked off. You can't hurt a guy with all this equipment on. So don't be pushing them out, and I don't want to see one more incident of that. Just play harder. The more they talk, the more that kind of stuff they do, the harder you play.
You know, it just seems like everything that man says, you know, it's like he can see into the future.
Listen, fellas, we're going for the national championship. We got 30 minutes to get it done. Let's get it done, okay? No excuses. Captain, get it done. Let's sell out,
Miami opened the second half with a 78-yard touchdown drive, but the momentum shifted on the Hurricanes' second possession when push didn't come to shove. When the Canes lost their cool, Christian Peter kept his. A personal foul penalty moved Miami back. On the next play, the Blackshirts made the Hurricanes pay for their mistake.
Get it for safety. Safety, Dwayne Harris all over Frank Costa. The Huskers get a deuce.
The fourth quarter was a culmination of a year's worth of determination, 22 years of patience, and more than a century of passion for the game that Nebraskans had embraced since its humble beginnings. And the championship spirit of Nebraska football was never more evident than in the game's final 15 minutes. A fresh Tommy Frazier had relieved Berringer. An overpowering offensive line was dominating their fatigued counterparts.
Schlesinger. Touchdown.
Corey Schlesinger's first touchdown tied the game. His second won the national championship.
Schlesinger and Phillips in the eye, the snap to Tommy, and the give on the trap play, and it's Schlesinger inside the 5, and there for the touchdown! He's got the touchdown! It's the touchdown for Corey Schlesinger, and Nebraska takes the lead!
The celebration in the locker room and on the field in the wake of Nebraska's first title since 1971 was a mixture of joy in victory, relief in Waite's End, and thanksgiving to the man who led NU back to college football's promised land.
The one underlying thing was that you wanted it for Coach Osborne because he was such a caring, loving leader that just treated you the right way, and you wanted it for him.
was been so close, and yet had not gotten it done, and then finally to have broken through and to win it all, I thought was just a tremendous feeling for everybody, and that poured out in the locker room after that game.
I am very happy because Tom deserves this, because he had a great deal to do with the last national championship, and he deserves this one. It made me feel very good. Hey.
It was a celebration that echoed back home that night and into the next day when the champions returned to Lincoln to a spontaneous homecoming parade. Thousands of people lined the streets in temperatures well below freezing, and thousands more waited in the Devaney Center.
I just want you to know we didn't win this just for ourselves. We won this for the whole state of Nebraska. Go Big Red!
It was a championship 22 years in the making. The next one wouldn't take so long. "1995 looked like it would be a dream season for the Huskers. Tommy Frazier was back. So were Lawrence Phillips and the majority of the black shirts. In fact, after a pair of 40-point blowouts to open the season, beating Nebraska looked impossible. Like Frazier, Phillips was a leading contender for the Heisman Trophy. After back-to-back 200-yard games to open the season, it looked like a one-man race.
At the start of that season, I came out here with the idea that if you were going to put together a Heisman short list, Lawrence Phillips would have to be on anybody's short list.
But in the hours following the Huskers' win at Michigan State in Game 2, a nightmare awoke the Nebraska football family from a potential dream season. While awaiting resolution of his case, Phillips was suspended by Osborne and missed the next 6 games. Phillips was vilified by local and national media. Osborne was labeled by some as a win-at-all-cost coach, but the team remained unified.
It hurt the team a lot because we saw the pain that Coach Osborne was going through, and it was our actions that was having all the arrows shot at him. And Coach Osborne stood up and said, hey, you know, I can take all the shots. All I want this team to do is continue playing good football.
They could have easily cracked. They could have fallen apart. They could have started pointing the finger at each other or this guy or that guy, and they really didn't do that. And so they really cared about each other, and they really picked each other up.
Off the field, however, was a different and difficult story that did not go away. In more than 20 years as Nebraska's head coach, Osborne had never faced a greater challenge than in his handling of Lawrence Phillips.
To know the character that man has and the character that he instilled into the program, and then to see the national media put a totally different spin on it and make it look like we're a bunch of convicts or whatever, I think that really hurt him. And I just think for Coach Osborne's sake, it's important that people know that he had the best interest of everyone at heart, and there was no way that he was going to sell out one of his players because he really cared about every one of us.
Coach Osborne really stuck with Lawrence Phillips because what was best for him. It wasn't necessarily what was best for the football team. Lawrence Phillips didn't have any place to go and any place to really continue to better himself as a person. So Coach Osborne, I think even as our staff and maybe some of the administrative people, is really what was best for Lawrence Phillips. What was best for him to help our society.
Right now, I'm a perfect example of a Lawrence Phillips. The difference between me and Lawrence is, I think, that with me, Tom won. He gave me an opportunity.
Good job, Junior.
I think if I'd have been dismissed off the football team, I'd have been lost. But because he gave me that opportunity, it allowed me to grow and mature. And now I can say I learned a lot from, what he done, the example that he lived, and the things that, he done for me as a person.
I had so many problems. A lot of people would have just said, who cares about Christian Peter? Forget about him. He's doing more harm to us than he is helping us. But Coach Osborne wasn't like that. He continued to help me and help me and help me. And without him, I don't know where I'd be. He's helped so many people, become the people they are today. And, You know, he's just touched so many lives, and he's a remarkable individual. And you know what? Every single one of his players will tell you the same thing. We love that guy like you can't possibly imagine.
Phillips eventually returned to the team late in the '95 season. As it turned out, while in Lincoln, he seemed to make the most of the opportunity and structure Osborne had given him. The following spring, although just a junior, Phillips was the number 6 overall pick in the NFL draft by the St. Louis Rams. Unfortunately, when he left Nebraska and his coach behind, his once bright future dimmed again.
Well, I'm still known as a guy that played Lawrence Phillips. You know, I think in many circles. You know, I coached here 25 years, and I dealt with probably a couple thousand athletes, and I still identified with Lawrence Phillips. And I guess all you can do is you go through a process, and you hope it's the best process for the most players over time, and you don't win them all.
Despite the controversy and criticism, many members of the national media respected Osborne's handling of the situation.
And my feeling, looking from the outside and from a distance, is that Tom really was trying to do the best thing for Lawrence, the thing that in his heart he felt was best. Now, pack journalism being what it was and what it is, the perception at the bowl game was that he was brought back to win a football game. And at the time and in hindsight, both, it seemed very clear to me that Nebraska needed you or I to beat Florida about as much as they needed Lawrence Phillips. I mean, that was just a superior team. And if winning a football game was an issue, he would have been brought back well before that. He would have played in Boulder against Colorado if the idea was they need him to win.
How can you not? How can you not admire a man who had promised a kid and promised his family that he's going to do everything he could do to help him? Now, there's some people you can't help. He had some. But I never saw an instance where he backed down and cast him out. He gave him every chance there was to give. And Lawrence Phillips wasn't the only one. But if you know the truth of the thing, in all instances, you cannot come away from it without admiring what Tom Osborne did, because he did what he said he was going to do. And my kind of guy. Most people's kind of guy.
The ever-present controversy and the continuing criticism of Osborne did serve one purpose. The 1995 Huskers became even more determined to defend the character of their head coach by playing some of the best football in college football history. No team came within 14 points of beating the Huskers as they recorded another perfect regular season, won a 5th straight Big 8 title, and earned a berth in yet another national championship game. This time in the Fiesta Bowl against second-ranked Florida. The two teams had shared the top spots in the national polls all season, and for the first time in a long time, college football's best would meet in a bowl game with the winner claiming an undisputed national title. Though Nebraska was number 1, the Gators were favored.
We were determined to go out there and just prove to everyone that no matter what happened to this team this year, no matter what people said about us, it didn't matter to us, because we were going to prove that we were the best team on the football field.
Most observers felt that the Gators, with their fun-and-gun offense, had superior speed and athleticism. Little did they realize, Florida was about to meet a Nebraska team that, through adversity, had become one of the best of all time.
The 95 season was a season that virtually that team went through to a degree almost untested. And generally that doesn't happen in any sport. You begin to understand just how good a football team it was in 95. They were maybe one of the very best football teams to have played the game in the history of college ball.
When the Huskers and Gators made their way to the field just before kickoff with sights set on the national title, their focus was lost in a sea of red. Some 40,000 Nebraska fans made up the majority of the sellout crowd.
I knew we only got 12,500 tickets, and I thought Nebraska only got 12,500. So we're going on the bus into the stadium there, and it's all red. Everybody's coming in, has got on a big red sweatshirt or a red jacket. And lo and behold, we go out for warm-ups, and it's 75% Nebraska fans.
Finally, the Huskers had an advantage in a national championship bowl game. Even so, Florida led 10-6 after the first quarter. What took place in the second quarter, though, was one of the best 15-minute periods in Husker history. Osborne's option offense rolled up 200 yards in total offense in the second quarter alone. NU tied an NCAA bowl record with 29 second quarter points, en route to a 35-10 halftime lead.
And is picked off by Booker.
The second half began in the manner that the first half ended. After a Florida turnover, NU began a workmanlike drive that culminated with a Tommy Frazier touchdown run. Frazier's final game as a Husker may well have been his best.
Coming up the middle, 30, 25, he's gonna go! Tommy Frazier, touchdown, touchdown!
A month earlier, he finished as the runner-up to Eddie George in the Heisman Trophy race. On this night, the Florida native in Husker red rushed for 199 yards, scored a pair of touchdowns, and put on a show that had voters rethinking their ballots. He may not have taken home the Heisman, but Frazier wound up wearing another national championship ring. Tommy was electrifying and unstoppable, and that was never more true than on his 75-yard touchdown that will forever be known in Husker history as the run.
Oh, they don't have him yet. Look at Tommy Frazier. How many tackles can one man break? Touchdown.
There was no stopping us. I don't care. You could have put the Dallas Cowboys out there. They weren't going to stop us because we wanted to make a point and we wanted to prove a point that this team was the best team.
I thought when Tommy Frazier was shedding bodies left and right in a game that was already decided, to me that represented the frustration and the anger that existed with the labels that had been assigned to them.
The nation's anticipation for the 1 versus 2 national championship matchup had given way to amazement by the time the fourth quarter rolled around. Nebraska led 49-18 and didn't let up. Frazier and Phillips teamed for one final curtain call, leading NU to another touchdown before exiting the stage. 62-24 was the final score in the most lopsided game between the nation's top two teams in a half-century. And for the second straight year, Nebraska was college football's undefeated champion. It was a blue-collar, Big Red effort that Florida had no answer for. The offensive line was overpowering. The backs were elusive, and together the Huskers rushed for a bowl record 524 yards. Defensively, the changes made early in the decade peaked in 1995, and the man who put it all together was understandably proud of a team that had rallied around him all season.
Okay, let me just have a word with you guys. Really proud of your efforts and proud of what you've done, and I think a lot of it, was simply because you cared about each other and you worked hard. And a lot of you probably right now don't quite know what you did, but in a few years you will, because very, very few teams ever did something like this. So you're really proud of you. It's a great accomplishment, and it'll sink in someday. You remember this, and I'll certainly remember you. And we appreciate everything you guys have done. Very proud of you, and just go on with your lives. You seniors, we hope to hear from you. As I told you the other day, I'll do anything I can for you. Anytime that you need something, you call.
We felt like we had a chance out there in the Fiesta Bowl. We felt like we could throw the ball and hopefully slow them down a little bit. It didn't work out either way. They were by far the best team we'd played in my 11 years at Florida. They could run, they had excellent defense, well-coached team. And talking to Coach Osborne later, he said that was probably his best team ever here because statistically they just beat everybody soundly.
It was the best team I was around, and the 1971 football team was very good. We were 13-0, but we had a real close game with Oklahoma, and we were probably not as dominant in '71, although we were good. as maybe we were in '95, and so it was the best team that I was around.
There were a number of personalities on the '95 Huskers who endeared themselves to Big Red fans, but few were as popular as the backup who had become a star. A year earlier, with Frazier injured, Brooke Berringer stepped in and kept alive Nebraska's hopes for a national title. In his senior season, Frazier never faltered, and Berringer's playing time was limited. Still, Brooke was one of Nebraska's most popular players. Fittingly, it was Berringer who capped the Huskers' scoring in the Fiesta Bowl with the final touchdown of the season on a 1-yard fourth-quarter sneak. It wasn't the way he envisioned his senior year, but he had established himself as a professional caliber quarterback, and scouts had taken notice. In fact, many people thought he had as much or more potential to succeed in the NFL as anyone on the team. He never got the chance.
One of our teammates was died in a plane crash, and it was Brooke, and it was like losing a family member. It wasn't one of your immediate family members, but here was a guy you played with for 5 years, who shared, blood, sweat, and tears with you. Who would do anything, for you, for the program, and now he was gone. We all love him, and, we miss him so much, but he'll never be forgotten, and he's in a better place right now.
To lose him at that point in his life was really devastating to everybody, but I think the good thing was that you realized that the 22 years that Brooke had were lived the right way, and so sometimes it isn't the length of life that you have, but what you do with what you've been given, and so Brooke had a great impact.
Two brothers, Joel and Jeff Makovica, played key roles in the Huskers' championship runs in the 90s. They grew up on a farm near Brainerd, Nebraska. Population, 326. The Makovicas weren't highly recruited, so like hundreds before them, they walked on with a dream of playing football for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Both would eventually earn scholarships and even become starting fullbacks for the Big Red.
My brother and I and my father, on the weekends, we'd go out and we'd make some fence north of here. And you'd listen to Lyle Bremser on the radio. And you picture in your mind doing what some of those guys were doing. I remember playing in the backyard, and I was always Mike Rozier, and Joel was always Turner Gill.
Flips off to Rozier. Rozier turns. He's going to run a touchdown. Touchdown! Holy cow!
Like thousands of young men across the state, they yearned to be part of the Nebraska football tradition. Both Jeff and his younger brother Joel shunned other opportunities and became a part of one of the greatest traditions in Husker athletics.
I think if you're a Nebraska kid and you go there, you lay it all on the line, and I think whether that be in the weight room, whether that be at practice, whether that be in the games, they're going to lay it all on the line because they've grown up watching it and they've grown up knowing what it's all about and what it takes to play there. And I think one of the special things a lot of the Nebraska kids bring to the program is they've been around it, so they know what it takes and are going to do anything possible to continue the tradition.
The inception for that work ethic was essentially the walk-on players, and most of them were from small towns and rural areas, and they knew something about working hard, and they would come here and just try to work so hard that they'd get a chance to play. And I think that work ethic kind of permeated the squad.
Nebraska is considered by most to have the best walk-on program in all of college football. Husker walk-ons come from all over the state. Some mature into starters and even All-Americans. Others dedicate 5 years and rarely make it into a game, but even their contribution is undeniable.
I think one of the big benefits of the walk-on program is the infectious nature of these kids from Nebraska coming in and paying for their school and walking on and just wanting to get that scholarship. Some of these blue-chip All-Americans that come from across the United States that have all this talent, they see these kids working hard, and they see this kid on the scout team going 100 miles an hour, and if you're not ready for him, you're going to look bad in front of the coach. Even if you are a high school All-American, you're going to look bad from this walk-on going 100%. So it's a good thing for the program, and it keeps the other guys on their toes because they know that there are guys there that'll hit them in the mouth if they take that play off.
You know, they're almost in a way what Nebraska football stands for, you know, like a blue-collar, middle-class, just, you know, working your ass off type deal. Without a doubt, one of the reasons why Nebraska football is where it is today.
In 1996, the Nebraska Cornhuskers entered a new era with the formation of the Big 12 Conference. NU began the 96 season as the nation's #1 ranked team, but the Huskers were upset twice, early by Arizona State and later by Texas in the Big 12 championship game, and finished #6 in the country. By 1997, almost all of the key players from the national championship teams were gone. On offense, the Huskers were now depending on a trio of Nebraskans: Scott Frost, Amon Green, and Joel Makovicka. Defensively, Grant Wistrom and Jason Peter were two of the most talented and vocal leaders in Husker history. Wistrom's leadership skills were on display when he spoke to his teammates on the pregame psych-up tape before the Huskers' third game of the season.
Now is the time, and this is the place. We're going to go out there, and we're going to beat the #2 team in the country in their home stadium, and after we do that, there's no way anybody can deny that we're one of the best teams in the country, all right? We're going to move up in the polls. It's going to get us in a good position to where we need to be at the end of the season going for Miami.
Scott Frost scored a pair of touchdowns in the opening quarter, lifting Nebraska to a lead that would grow to 21-0 midway through the second. Any hopes that Washington had were crushed in old-time Husker fashion. NU rushed for nearly 400 yards in a 27-14 win that in reality wasn't even that close.
And I remember going into the game, I think we were ranked like 5th or 6th or something, and they were ranked 2nd in the country. And most people were picking them. And you know, we went up and, you know, we felt like we had something to prove, and we came out of the gate strong and finished it. I think we had myself, Amon, and Joel all rushed for 100 yards almost or over, and just took them apart. And, you know, that was an exciting game to go out and perform like that. Really kind of set the table for the rest of the year.
In crushing Washington's championship hopes, the Huskers ignited theirs. They were back on the road to #1, but the ride wasn't a smooth one. What was ahead for the Big Red was another season of high emotion, controversy, and drama that no one could have expected. The Huskers moved up to 3rd in the national polls. By the end of October, they were back on top and on a roll heading into a mid-season date with Oklahoma. Every generation had a signature NU-OU shootout to recall. While the 97 edition was more knockout than shootout, it was one of the most memorable. The two teams were now in the Big 12 Conference, but in different divisions. The scheduling would no longer call for them to play annually. Thus, the first day of November 1997 marked the end of an era for this great rivalry. But the day provided a happy ending for the Huskers, their fans, and for Tom Osborne. In demolishing the once proud Sooner program 69-7, the game turned out to be a mere formality for a post-game celebration for Tom Osborne that was 25 years and 250 wins in the making, a milestone he reached faster than any coach in history. Ironically, he got there by beating Oklahoma for the 7th straight year. Getting win number 251 wasn't so easy. The Huskers needed every bit of his genius and a little luck the following week at Missouri. Amidst the colorful backdrop of Columbia and surrounded by a sellout crowd, the two teams put on a dramatic show that even Hollywood couldn't have scripted. What transpired was simply a college football classic. Late in the fourth quarter, the Tigers took a 38-31 lead. With just 2 minutes remaining, an upset seemed imminent. After a trade of possessions, Nebraska had the ball with 62 seconds left, and everyone was caught up in the drama of the moment.
The only time I ever saw him nervous was in that Missouri game on the last drive. He was over there holding his little sheet, and the paper was shaking. His hands were shaking a little bit, and that's the only time I remember seeing that.
NU was 67 yards away from the end zone. The only option in the offense now was to put the ball in the air and to try to catch a miracle. Nebraska's national championship hopes would be all but gone without one.
Third down. Frost to the middle. Juggle. Diving touchdown, Nebraska. Davison on the deflection. Nebraska's a point away from tying the game.
In anticipation of the celebration, Tiger fans stormed the field, oblivious to what had taken place. The improbable touchdown and ensuing extra point through shaky field goal post tied the game at 38, sending it to overtime, where Nebraska finally delivered the knockout. 2 plays into the extra period, Nebraska scored, and the Blackshirts did not allow Missouri to answer. The Huskers survived, and so did their national championship hopes.
You know, you can learn a lot from a game like this, and very grateful that we were able to pull it out. Obviously, some things we need to do better, but the main thing is we hung in there, didn't give up, pulled together, and let's finish it out now. You know, we got about 4 more games to win, and let's win them all. Okay? No one's stopping them. Yeah. So I think you can use this momentum to go all the way. Now, I don't know what the polls will do. We can't worry about that. But if we win the rest of them, I think we're going to be where we want to be. Great job. Great job.
Despite winning, NU fell from the top spot to number 3 in the national polls. A week later, they were second. Michigan was now the nation's top-ranked team. And unlike the '96 Fiesta Bowl, there was no way for 1 versus 2 to meet, and a national debate was born. After surviving at Colorado in the regular season finale, NU dominated Texas A&M in the Big 12 championship game and earned a bid to play in the Orange Bowl against third-ranked Tennessee. It was a game that had national title implications for both teams. However, the importance of the game and the future of Nebraska football took a dramatic turn on the afternoon of December 10th, 1997.
You know, at this time, obviously, I'm going to step aside after the bowl game. I want to make that very clear that it's got to be after January 2nd. And I may even stay on through February 4th if I can be of help in recruiting. And I take my faith very seriously and examine that part of my life extensively. And I feel that at this time that it would be wrong for me to continue beyond this time. I just, some of you will not understand that, but some of you may. And I think in that sense, this is something that needs to happen. And if I were to go forward from this point as the coach, I would not feel good about the spiritual aspect of my life.
Tom Osborne has always been a private man in a very public position. When he made the stunning announcement that he had decided to retire, he kept the reason for his decision private.
I've said many times that I'd made a promise, and the time came. You know, I said 4 or 5 years before I was going to go so long. I did. Time came, and then you either fulfill your promise or you don't. So that was the number one issue. There were secondary or ancillary issues, but that was it primarily. And certainly I had some atrial fibrillation that last year, but you know, a lot of people live with that. I think Nancy had paid a great price, and she still is to some degree. My kids had paid a price, and but the basic reason, the thing that caused me to leave, was a promise that I had made 5 years before.
Tom Osborne was leaving the game at the pinnacle of his success, just as Bob Devaney had. And just as Devaney had done upon his retirement, Osborne handpicked his successor, Frank Solich, a fullback for Devaney and a longtime assistant to Osborne, would become the next head football coach at the University of Nebraska.
The fact that Tom had the confidence in me for it, was just a great feeling, because Tom has such a love for this state, for this football program, for the athletic department in general, and this university, that him feeling that I was the right person for that certainly made me feel great, gave me a great deal of confidence.
It was gratifying to be able to walk away and see all the coaches stay, and to see Frank become the head coach. And so I think the continuity has been really important around here, and that goes clear back to 1962. And so I was glad to see that was able to continue.
At the time of his retirement, Tom Osborne was the nation's winningest coach and one of its most respected. His Huskers won Heismans, Outlands, and Lombardis. Dozens were named All-Americans for their performance on the field, and when it came to producing academic All-Americans, no school was even close. After a quarter century of his leadership, Nebraska had become a model of stability and excellence.
Tom is, first of all, he's a legend in his time. His shadow stands as tall and as long as any coaches in NCAA football. He was a man that followed a legend and was able to expand and build on that.
I really think Coach Osborne is one of the best to ever coach in the college ranks. He's a wonderful guy to start with, sincere Christian man, and certainly has a love for his players. And he's just a good coach. He does it his way. He didn't copy his style after anybody. I admire him because he always called the plays. He ran the offense. It was his offense. He didn't have to hire a guy, and he didn't stand on the sideline and watch the game.
When I think of the coaches that I've been against, I think he probably symbolized what was good about college football more than anybody I ever coached against. He was a quality human being, and he had a great football team, and his teams always played well. But again, Tom Osborne has been one of the great coaches of all time in the history of college football.
Despite the fact that the Huskers finished the '97 regular season unbeaten and champions of the Big 12, NU entered the bowl season ranked number 2 in both national polls. Michigan had assumed the top spot by a slim margin after Nebraska's overtime win at Missouri and never stumbled in winning the Big Ten title. Because of conference tie-ins to the bowl games, the Huskers and Wolverines would not meet on the field. How they played in their respective games was their final arguments to the juries deciding the national champion. Nebraska's task in the Orange Bowl was more formidable. Southeastern Conference champion and third-ranked Tennessee. Michigan had earned a trip to the Rose Bowl, where they played upset-minded Washington State. On January 2nd, the night before the Orange Bowl, the Huskers watched in the locker room as Michigan came from behind in the fourth quarter to beat Washington State in the Rose Bowl 21-16. There was a question whether the Huskers had any chance at the national title. The following day, just prior to leading his team onto the field for the final time, the coach had a few words of hope for his players.
I remember going to the stadium and watching the game the night before, and looked good for Washington State for a while, and Michigan pulled it out. And, that was tough, because then you feel like, well, even if we go out and win against the third-ranked team in the country, we might not have a chance to win a share of this. And I think what Coach Osborne said really motivated us, because he said, the door's not a little bit open, it's a lot open. And, we went into that game thinking that way.
I think that some of you are a little discouraged, disappointed about the Michigan game. But, fellas, as things have developed here, and I've thought about it, the door isn't just a little bit open. The door is fairly wide open for you. It just depends on what you want to do with it. We may not make it in both polls, but I'm convinced that if we go out and play like we can play, we'll make it in at least one.
In the moments before the game, longtime defensive coordinator Charlie McBride met with his players.
You guys know this is a big game for you, okay? It's a big game for one individual here that doesn't want it to be a big game for him, but you know what it is. Let's take these next 3 hours and let's dedicate it to one of the greatest football coaches, if not the greatest coach there ever was. Okay? Let's do that. And to you seniors, okay, God love you. You did everything that we've ever asked. I love you all of you. And I just want you to play your guts out and have some fun, okay? Okay, take a knee.
There was no way that that group was going to let him down. That was an intense team anyway, but that particular month leading up to that game, it was intensity off the charts. They were going to send him out a winner, and I think every cell in the body of every one of those players had the same goal, and it was a powerful thing to see.
For Nebraska to send Osborne out as a winner and national champion in his final game, the Huskers had to put together a dominating performance against a team that had their own dreams of being number one. All-American quarterback Peyton Manning was the leader of a high-powered Tennessee offense that proved to be no match for the Black Shirts. The Huskers had weapons of their own and some new tricks up their sleeve.
What do we got?
3rd and 5.
3rd and 5?
Let's go.
Frank, do you want to stay with
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go double wing, 11 wall, check. Double wing, 11 wall, check. Hurry up, let's go.
Got a good play. Touchdown. Okay.
Okay, 1-1, right?
Yes, 1.
One point.
The Huskers led 14-3 at the half, but there was still much work to be done.
We're going to rejuvenate a little bit at the halftime. We just got to knock them down again, okay? That's right, baby. It'll happen quicker this time. After 6-7 minutes, you'll have them right back if you just keep hammering it. It's really important how we get a good kickoff return, and we really do a good job on this first drive. We'll take the football, and we'll probably be receiving at the far end.
Go, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
Nebraska outscored Tennessee 21-6 in the third quarter. But as the fourth quarter was about to begin, an emotional Tom Osborne implored his defense to play harder.
Shut him down.
Now let's go! Let's get after these guys. That was ridiculous last time. Let's go! Don't let him run that ball down your throat. Now let's go! Let's go! Come on, Chad!
If the Huskers needed to be impressive, they went beyond the call. By the end of the night, the players had done what they had set out to do.
2nd and 7. Okay, let's go tight left, 34 quarterback keep. Tight left, 34 quarterback keep.
Put it in. Touchdown. Hey, Coach.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. I think we got it.
Good job today. Tremendous.
Okay.
They're going to have to give it to us on that one pull.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, good job, guys. Good job.
Your players did everything they could. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
The Tom Osborne era ended with a 42-17 dismantling of the nation's third-ranked team.
That's gold. Okay, guys. That's gold. Oh, that was gold.
In the locker room following the Orange Bowl victory, there was celebration and sadness as Tom Osborne addressed his Huskers for the final time as Nebraska's head coach.
But in my mind, you guys are clearly the national champions, and in your hearts, you know you are. And really, that's all that counts. I mean, the ring's nice, the trophy's nice. I hope we get it, we deserve it, but if we don't, we did everything we could and we won it, okay? So really proud of you. Thanks all for all you've done for me and the university, and for you guys coming back next year. Keep it going. You know, that's the only thing I want to see is keep it going and maintain this tradition. Great coaching staff. Appreciate them very much, and they've meant the world to me. So we'll go on from here, and thanks for all you've done. Okay, guys?
After the game, it was announced that Michigan had been voted national champions in the Associated Press media poll. At 2 in the morning, the Huskers found out that the coaches had voted Nebraska #1.
It was about an hour after that announcement that I think almost the entire offense was out on the beach, and we all stripped down naked and ran a simulated play into the ocean and went skinny dipping for about 5 minutes. We were all so excited. So that's probably not something you should put on there, but it was quite a moment.
The Tom Osborne era was one of unprecedented success. 255 wins in 25 years. In his final 5 seasons, Nebraska won 3 national titles, 4 conference championships, and a record 60 games. Tom Osborne also became the first coach in college football history to win a national championship in his final season. As Nebraska moved near the end of the century and into a new era, the Husker program would have direct lineage to its past, with Frank Solich at the helm. The Nebraska fullback they used to call Fearless Frankie was now known as the head coach. It was as though he was groomed and destined for the position. Perhaps he, better than anyone but the man he succeeded, understood the high hopes and expectations of Nebraska football.
I can't imagine stepping into those kind of shoes. I think it's just an awesome responsibility. I think when your head hits the pillow at night, if you're not thinking about upholding that legacy and living up to the amazing standards that Coach Osborne set, you're not human.
Solich was just the 3rd head coach in 36 years when he took over after 19 years on staff. His tenure as an assistant wasn't an exception. At Nebraska, longevity is the rule. In an era when coaches' offices have turnstiles and business cards are printed in pencil, the stability of the Husker coaching staff is a key element in the success of Cornhusker football and the envy of its peers.
Well, the normal approach when a coach leaves or a coach retires is that there are some coaches on the staff that are upset because they think they should get the job or they're not pleased with what happened. Certainly that happened after Tom got the job. After Bob retired, there were 2 coaches on the staff that left, and I don't know all the details, but all of us, of course, were committed to the program, committed to staying, and then Frank had the most difficult job of having the most injured team I've ever been a part of in 40-some years of coaching.
Solich was 9-4 in his first year replacing Osborne, but in the 3 years that followed, his teams were in national title contention twice, finishing 2nd in '99 and playing for the national title in 2001 against Miami in the Rose Bowl. In his first 4 seasons, Solich amassed a 42-9 record, better than both of his predecessors. But just like Osborne 2.5 decades earlier, Solich had players wanting to test the will of a new head coach.
I think a lot of players were really just testing, how he was going to respond. And, I was in that group.
I was faced with several key situations and issues very early in my head coaching career that called on me to make some decisions. But the fact that I knew always where I would base my decisions from, in the format that I would use, enabled me to make those, and at this point certainly not look back with any regret on any decisions that I've made along those lines.
If Solich had been groomed and predestined for his position at Nebraska, the same could be said about Eric Crouch. He grew up in Omaha, starred at Millard North, and made the decision to stay close to home to become a Husker. The first major decision of Solich's first year was choosing a replacement for Scott Frost at quarterback. Crouch was a candidate, and so was Bobby Newcomb. The two came to NU as high school All-Americans, both well-suited for Nebraska's option offense, but only one could be the starter. In '98, Solich settled on Newcomb to be his first starting quarterback, but an injury sidelined him for much of the season, giving Crouch 8 starts and an audition for the future. When the job again went to Newcomb in the fall of '99, the decision didn't sit well with Crouch. Upon hearing that he wouldn't be heading the Husker offense, Eric headed home.
I didn't even know if I wanted to play anymore. I was to the point where I was so upset and so just, bound up with this whole thing that, I didn't even really care about football much. I really didn't.
It didn't take long for Solich to decide he needed to place a call to Omaha. For all the calls he'd made recruiting for Nebraska, the one he made to re-recruit Eric Crouch back to Lincoln was perhaps the most important of their careers.
Coach Solich and Coach Brown had called the house a few times, and I didn't want to take any calls. I just said, okay, well, you know, I've made my decision up. I've made it up. I do not want to go back. And I said, well, you know what, I'll meet with them. I'll give it one last try. You know, I will. I'll meet with them. And so I got up to the school, and Coach Solich and Coach Brown both came in, and we had, you know, great conversations and let out some tears, and you know, it was tough. I'm glad that you know, Coach Solich and Coach Brown came up to that high school that day at Millard North, and you know, had conversations with me that you know, really inspired me and motivated me to you know, keep playing the game of football and be a part of this program.
Crouch listened, and he returned to the team, not with the promise of starting at quarterback, but Solich's word that he would play a prominent role and that he would get a chance at quarterback from time to time. In the first half of the '99 campaign, his time arrived. It was in Iowa. It was a game in which Crouch left his mark in more ways than one.
It was kind of the icebreaker for me. I needed that. You know, I needed that from you know, internally, how I felt about myself and my confidence on the field, and you know, what the state felt about, you know, my being here at this position.
Crouch's bulldozing touchdown at Iowa was the first of many signature plays he turned in a career full of memorable moves and moments. He became the key to the Huskers' offense and the target of defensive schemes designed to contain him, but which often failed. As the number of yards gained and touchdowns scored mounted, records were routinely broken and highlights chronicled his every step into history, each one seemingly more spectacular than the last.
Amazing! See you later. That may be one of the most unreal runs I have ever seen.
After growing up one day dreaming of becoming a Husker, he ended his career as a legend in the Nebraska football annals. And on December 9th, 2001, he attained college football immortality when he was awarded the Heisman Trophy as the nation's most outstanding player.
And the winner is Eric Crouch, University of Nebraska.
From outside, it looked calm, but no one could see my heart beating. That's for sure, because it was going. It was racing, and I was shocked. You know, I stood up, and after they read my name, it was like, I was shocked, but I was relieved. You know, it had been 2 years of answering Heisman questions and answering all the hype that it, you know, that right when that announcement came, it was all over. It was done.
As a coach, you love Eric Crouch. He did so much for this program throughout his career here, and he did it with such style and such athleticism, and really a guy that is so humble. You know, look at his toughness. You couldn't get him off the field. You put that package together, and you have one of the greatest players to have come through in terms of how he represented himself for this university.
Whether their Husker heroes are blue-chip prospects or blue-collar walk-ons seems to be of little concern to Husker fans. From the first crowds that gathered in the early days to cheer on the Bug Eaters, the Old Gold Knights, the Rattlesnake Boys, and the Antelopes, to the Husker faithful who have filled Memorial Stadium every home game since 1962, Nebraska football fans have earned a reputation as being among college football's best and most loyal.
I think the perception is very good. I think that the general public realizes what great fans there are in Nebraska. I know that the last time they lost a game in here, I did the game, and Texas beat them. And Major Applewhite had a great game, and as the Longhorns left the field, they were applauded by the Nebraska fans. You don't find that around the country when a good program loses a home game. Nebraska is a very special place in college football.
The depth of loyalty here at Nebraska is what is so striking. And it's not a mean provincial crowd that hates the outsider. It's not us against the world. They've embraced all those who come.
I think Nebraska fans are the greatest fans at all of college football. The enthusiasm here is as good as any place, but the integrity here of the fans is the best in America. They have a respect for the game, not only for the Nebraska team, but for the opponents. The best place I've ever been, right here.
But while Husker fans are some of the most polite and respectful in the land, they have also provided Nebraska with one of the biggest home field advantages in all of college football.
Well, I think when you walk in here and you see nothing but red, that doesn't exist anywhere else. I can't recall walking into a stadium anywhere else where you see such an amazing monochromatic scene and so much loyalty. When they're stirred up, when Nebraska's team is challenged, that's when this crowd can become one of the most intimidating in college football.
Nothing in the NFL can compare to Nebraska football. The fans here at Nebraska are the best fans that I've ever come across, ever I've played in front of. We've got the classiest fans. I couldn't have asked, to play at a better place. I've been spoiled. And now, now that I'm gone, I realize how much I miss it, and, but it makes me appreciate it that much more.
You have the best fans in college football, there may be bigger stadiums, that hold more people, but there's no more devoted fan than for the Nebraska fan, and they're as much a part of this winning program as we are.
The sea of red that brings Memorial Stadium to life also flows wherever the Huskers go. So passionate is their following that games away from Lincoln often look and feel like home. Perhaps the most vivid scene of the Huskers' faithful following was painted in September of 2000 when Nebraska and Notre Dame renewed their series that had been dormant for decades. It was one of the season's most anticipated matchups and one longed for by the fans of both tradition-rich programs. The game turned out to be a classic, won by NU in overtime. But the most lasting image of a day to remember was seeing 30,000 Husker fans in the historic Notre Dame Stadium.
The most alarming statistic in the history of Notre Dame football is that 80% of their fans sold the tickets to Nebraska people.
A year later, when the two teams met at the Huskers' home, the Nebraska-Notre Dame game was the hottest ticket in town. While Big Red fans had gone to great lengths to get seats in South Bend, they weren't about to abandon their loyalty in Lincoln. Notre Dame was badly outnumbered in the stands and overwhelmed on the field. After shaking Fighting Irish football to its foundation a year earlier, the sights and sounds in Memorial Stadium for their second meeting were no different than a typical football Saturday in Lincoln. And like every opposing team leaving Tom Osborne Field, the Irish were applauded by the fans in the North and West stadiums. For more than a century, generations of Husker fans across the state and country have celebrated the program's successes and survived its disappointments. From the first game to the new millennium, Nebraskans have always identified with the rugged nature of the game and the young men who work hard to play it well.
The state of Nebraska and the Nebraska football team, there's no doubt there's just a tremendous mesh that goes together there because when you're describing the people of the state of Nebraska, you're also describing the Nebraska football team.
Thanks for coming and enjoy the game.
Nebraskans have a unique, uncanny ability to unify with one heartbeat, one purpose, and one pride. It's not a game. It's who Nebraskans are. It's their window to the world. It's how the world views them. And it's not more important than life itself. They're not that kind of people. But it is everything they've got rolling on.
What I've seen over the years and what people still see is it's important to the entire state. You sense that when you come here. So to be able to do that and sustain that program better than anyone else in the country says an awful lot about a lot of people. I'm always proud when someone says to me, "Where did you play?" and I can say, I played in Nebraska. That makes me very proud.
Out of its pioneering past grew a modern dynasty in America's heartland, one guided by stability and principle, persevering through decades of cultural change and competitive challenge.
This is a unique program. To be the winningest program in the country the last 40 years, being at a small populated state with a lot of disadvantages, away from the heart of the talent, the better talent on either coast and then south of us and all this, and still to be able to compete every year is truly an amazing story.
I think the heart of our football team are Nebraska football players, and their values came off the farm. Those values spread onto a football team. I think the tradition of Nebraska has been built by its fans, by its state. That's the whole, it surrounds you. And I think Nebraska football has been built by the work ethic of the players, which was learned by the work ethic of the people of this state.
From the 1880s to the 21st century, the Nebraska football program has reached remarkable levels of achievement and success, guided throughout its history by a spirit of champions.
Simply put, the people of Nebraska love their football, and they have for more than a century. And as a new era dawns, there's every reason to believe that the best is yet to come. Why? Because there is no place like Nebraska. For Husker Century, I'm Trev Alberts.
Come running, boy.